Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
That's right. That's right. Right back at it like I left something. It's the hostess with the mostest, burning like toast is. It's your naga, your nerve, fresh off the curve, jelly, jam, and preserve. Cosmonian right back up in this thing, man. Coming with another fire build, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all long. We ain't gonna do a whole bunch of talking today, but we gonna do a whole bunch of showing really what's going on out here, man. And this is Jehovah Chronicles number 139. And I want y'all to tune in today. Daryl Cosma, he coming with a fire boy called Yahweh and his demonic gods. Yahweh and the demonic gods. Man, listen, this brother, like the brother Malachi called this is Robert McCall, the equalizer. You know what I mean? He gonna come with a fire boy today, man. Wait till y'all see this. It's dope. You know what I mean? Wait till y'all check that out. But as always, this is Jehovah Chronicles number 139. This is 139. We gonna get one in before we get one in with my brother Daryl Cosma. You dig what I'm talking about? And still keep it in order. You know, and people been just, you know, I've been seeing, you know, as a result of, you know, many people still today using lookership in hopes to describe a person's nationality, their heritage, their culture, trying to tell you who another person is. You know what I mean? You know, we see that many of these lookership games where this is not a new dichotomy. This is an old dichotomy and is the dichotomy that many people today draw their nationality from. A white man told them what they looked like and who they were, and they run with it. Right? So being that from the time of contact colonization, you know what I mean, with the European, it is through their lens, right, that we actually look at today's quote unquote races, right? We look through their lens, right? But many times it's good to go back and see, even though they're your enemy, to see what they said about you, how they felt about you. You know what I mean? Their overall ideas of what people were and their specific, world view, right? Because it's not a world view for everybody. It's just a Spanish worldview or Portuguese worldview or a Dutch worldview. It's not a worldview pertaining to all people at all, you know. So it's always good to go back and just check into what's really going on, you know what I mean, and use their own words. We don't have to add anything or make up stuff, you know what I mean. This is from the U.S. Archive, right? We're gonna dive right in. This is called an inquiry into the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal race of America. So right here off tops, they're admitting there is a person who is Aboriginal to this place, right? Written by Samuel Gore Morton, author of Crania Americana, Crania Egyptica, etc., etc. Right? Now I want to go down here to page 4. Right? Right? Yep, right here. Mhm. As I said today, see who we got up in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? As I said, this is the face of the Aboriginal American. We're going to take a objective look, you know what I mean, at what's going on and see if we can objectively tie these people, you know, even using their ideal of lookership, right? Even today, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, if you're going to also tie me in with 100 different things, these same Aboriginal races of America being called black and Negro and colored, you know what I mean? We must take a deeper look and a more critical and look at it with a more jaundiced and critical eye about who is giving us the information, their background. Do they have any benefit for saying what they say? Or do they even have prior knowledge about anything that they're speaking on? Or are they comparing it off something they may have seen in another place? Because notice, even though they give us this idea that they say Columbus was over here in America looking for India, and this is why he called us Indians. But we also see when the Spanish get to East India, they don't call those, and excuse me, they called the people here Negro. When the Spanish, they said they was Indian, right? They was looking for the West, a path to India, so they say. But when they get here, they called these people Negroes, right? These copper colored races, they called them Negro, right? Now, Spain also goes around back to the east to go to East India, right? We've got the same copper colored people over there, right? But they don't call those people Negroes. You see what I'm saying? They don't call them that. They're two different things, right? Uh, bye, nigga. You think I'm talking about? You, you know, I don't know what's going on with y'all, man. Y'all in y'all feelings, man, about too much stuff. We can't deny this. It is what it is, right? We got to go back into the records and really read and not believe we know. You know what I mean? Objectively prove that we know. You know, we don't want to be subjective, stuck in our feelings, emotional about anything. We just want the knowledge. And that's what we do over here at the Jehovah Chronicles. We get to the bottom of it, right? And we're in a book written by Samuel Morton called An Inquiry into the Distinctive Characteristics of the Aboriginal Race of America. And then it says on page 4, it starts off with physical characteristic. He's going to start describing, right? It is an adage among travelers that he who has seen one tribe of Indians has seen them all. So he's saying generally, for Anybody who's ever traveled and come to the place of the Indians of America, if you've seen one of them, you pretty much seen them all. So they generally look alike. He says, so much do the individuals of this race resemble each other, notwithstanding their immense geographical distribution. So from Chile, the tip of Chile in the south, to Canada in the north. He said they pretty much look the same, irregardless of climate. He says, look, notwithstanding their immense geographical distribution and those differences of climate, which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. The half-clad Fuegan, the Fuegans are the Chilean people down at the bottom of South America, right? The half-clad Fuegan, shrinking from his dreary winter, has the same characteristic lineaments, though in exaggerated degree, as the Indians of the tropical plains. And these again resemble the tribes which inhabit the regions of the west of the Rockies. We're going to go look at what the people west of the Rockies look like, right? We just had a debate recently, and the guy who was in the negative lost, because he tried to say that there were no Negroidal type Aboriginal Americans in California, and obviously he lost. But this man is going to make some very poignant points, right? He's going to show you the difference in between these peoples. He's not saying that they weren't here, but he's making a distinction that there is a myriad of people here, and even though they got vast geographical differences between each other, they generally are of a type that they end up calling Negro. So that means hair wouldn't matter, eye color wouldn't matter, skin tone wouldn't matter, especially with the understanding that there is no phenotype that the quote-unquote American Negro doesn't produce. I'm talking about with the Chinese epicanthic fold, straight hair, bushy hair, black coarse hair, short and long. There isn't a phenotype we don't produce. Right? Those are the, let me get back to my thing right here. Those are the Great Valley of the Mississippi. So he's saying, look what he's saying, that the man from Chile to as far as the tropical Caribs, to the west of the Rocky Mountains, shout out to the West Coast, yay, right? And to those of the Great Valley of the Mississippi, he say they generally look alike. And those again, which skirt, not the Eskimo, but which are outside of the Eskimo, like the people called the Timme, Timmeh, right? On the north. All possess alike the long, lank, black hair, right? Now, lank could mean laying down, right? So don't get fooled by this. Remember, you produce this type too. Black hair. The what? We know what Native Americans ain't producing today. Brown or cinnamon colored skin. With this long black lank hair. The heavy brow, the dull, sleepy eye. And this is where you got to be smart. This is where you got to have comprehension. And remember, your enemy is telling you about you. Now, while he tends to go into he tends, as I've read this book, he tends to try to lean to be fair, right? But yet and still, many of his innate racist learned behaviors come out in his speech, right? So we got to be cognizant of who is telling the story, right? Not that the story ain't real, but he telling it from his point of view with who he wants to benefit on his side, right? Many times we find out that the guy who they want to benefit the most is Jesus. And this is why they're willing to kill you and take everything you own and send you to hell, right? That's what they say, right? They're going to send you to hell because you're a barbarian. So they say, as they come kill, rape, and pillage. So remember, you got to have high comprehension when you're reading. When they talking about the heavy brow, the dull, sleepy eye, the full compressed lips. We're not saying that it's not, but the dull, sleepy eye. Where is that? We don't see the sleepy eye. What is that? So let's be cognizant of who's speaking and that they're not you. Right? And the salient, dilated nose. Ooh, a nigga nose. These traits, moreover, are equally common to the savage, right? Because we're going to see some people that they call savage, right? But we're actually not. And people that they call civilized that were actually savage. Who's really savage if the so-called savage man doesn't war? He doesn't have weapons. He doesn't even have a word for war in his language. But the civilized tribes do. So who's really the savage? Remember who telling the story, the one that be more devilish, fiendish, barbaric, heathenistic, murderous would be civilized to the white man telling you this story. He would be the guy more like himself, hence civilized. Right? So dodge the hijack on the savage stuff. Right? Remember, they are looking at something they never seen before. And they're trying to describe it in their limited understanding. Right? Now, whether they inhabit the margins of the rivers and feed on fish, or rove in the forest and subsist on the spoils of the chase, right? He's saying they look alike. It cannot be questioned that physical diversities do occur, equally singular and inexplicable, as seen in different shades of color, varying from what? A fair tint to a complexion almost black in the Americas. Now we're talking about the Aboriginal American, right? And this too, under circumstances in which climate can have little or no influence. Owaspi already explained to us, man, it don't matter if you put a group of niggas in Siberia for 1,000 years and these niggas keep interbreeding with these niggas, they never gonna turn white, irregardless to how cold it is. Same thing with white folks. You put white folks in the middle of the desert, you dig what I'm talking about, and let them breed with each other for 1,000 years, they're never gonna turn into black folks. Stop. That's that evolution stuff, man. It don't work like that. You know? So, also in reference to stature, how tall they are, the differences are remarkable in entire tribes, just in the tribes. So you got real tall people and real little people. Just in one tribe, which moreover are geographically proximate to each other. So that means they by each other. And you see a variation of great amounts of height and stature between the very tall and the very short in all the tribes. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian. So it says don't change what they look like, which is that undeviatingly characteristic as that of the Negro. For whether we see him in the athletic Carib or the stunted Cayman, in the dark Californian or the fair Boroa, he is an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for any other race. Now, if you see that whether he's tall, whether he's short, whether he's the dark Californian or the fair Baroan, he is still an Indian. If you're showing that the American comes in a myriad of phenotypes, and yet they are all Negroidal. If you see that, right, they're saying, this is what he's saying. If you see that he's saying they are undeviatingly like the Negro, right? And they, as the characteristic wise, if y'all see that, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Hit me with a 1 in the chat. Because see, a lot of really low vibratory people, they think they really like, oh, I'm an African, I'm 100%. No, silly. Oh, I'm European, I'm 100% European. You're a liar. I'm 100% American. No, you're not. People have been admixed over the last 75,000 years so much. There are people who you have genetic stock kin to who don't even exist on the planet anymore. Right? If y'all see that they say that the Negro, that the American looks like the Negro, hit me with a 1 in the chat. This is what he's saying. Cosmon ain't saying this. You dig what I'm talking about? But remember, he's talked about these dark Californians. We're going to get off into that. Right? The same conformity of organization is not less obvious in the osteological structure of these people, as seen in the squared or round head, the flattened or vertical occiput, right? The high cheekbones, the ponderous maxillae, the large quadrangular orbits, and the low receding forehead. I have, excuse me, let me go over here. I have had opportunity to compare nearly 400 crania derived from tribes inhabiting almost every region of both Americas and have been astonished to find how the preceding characteristics in greater or lesser degree pervade them all. This remark is equally applicable to the ancient and modern nations of our continent. For the most oldest skulls from the Peruvian cemeteries, the tombs of Mexico, and the mounds of our own country are of the same type as the heads of the most savage existing tribes, right? Like the Negroes. Their physical organization proves the origin of one. Shout out to the land of the four tribes. They think it's one. The reason they don't understand what an Aboriginal is we are descent from the originals. But what they don't understand is that there's four originals in America. Huh? This is the land of the Kwasi, the land of the four tribes. Guatemala. The only people in the world that migrate north and south, primarily. And we love to go east. Right? The land anciently is called Guatemala, the land of the cross. Right? When you put a cross down, there are four sections. Right? This is why you find the cross in America ain't more anciently than anywhere in the world. Right? Not understanding that the American is already, the Aboriginal copper-colored American is already admixed day one. Right? And if you think for some reason that you are the exact same type person that was on the earth 75,000 years ago, you are sadly mistaken. You are sadly mistaken, and you don't know how sex works. You don't understand admixture and genetics. You are not 100% anything. You have different admixtures from different, but in one of different peoples, but from one race. You can't mix with another race. There's no man out here getting donkeys pregnant. Right? No women sleeping with moose, with a moose and having a little moose baby. It don't work that way. Their physical organization proves the origin of one to have been equally the origin of all. Getting back to what Creator is talking about, right? We got to be able to see peep the light even in the lie. This is called discernment. This is how you stop cognitive dissonance. The various civilized nations are to this day represented by their lineal descents who inhabit their ancestral seats and differ in no exterior respect from the wild and uncultivated Indians. Shout out to all my family in the South. What he's saying to you is that the ones that they seen back in the beginning of the colonial period, their descendants, who would be us, differ on the exterior, don't differ none on the exterior, or how we look, our physical look didn't change. What they're saying is you were copper colored then just like you copper colored now. You had hair that was straight then, just like you had hair that was straight now. You had the epicanthic fold then, just like you have the epicanthic fold now. You came in various shades of color then, just like you do now. He says the various civilized nations are to this day represented by their lineal descents. How do you get a descendant? Somebody got to do some hunching. You can't get away from this fact. And even if a Choctaw marry a Biloxi Indian, right? You still at mixed. Nonetheless, Indian, but you still at mixed. So stop it with the, oh, I'm 100% to this, I'm pure blood. Oh, that's stupid. You got Black Europeans in your blood. You got white Africans in your blood. Some of y'all got Arabs in your blood. Some of you got Mongoloid native blood. Stop it. And what does it matter? The whole point is, are you good? I don't care if you was purple with polka dots. Is you gonna help these babies? That's all I want to know. That's my brother. Don't talk to him real. I wish I had some real people in here. You did what I'm talking about. At a thumb this thing up, throw me some fire emojis, put me some vortexes in the chat. You did what I'm talking about. Get this thing cracking. I wish I had some real ones that was out here listening, because I don't care what you are. If you are detrimental to my people, you not my people. If you are good, organically good, you know what I mean? You already my family. It's something greater than this physical stuff. It's something bigger than DNA. If you haven't perceived that there is a oneness in all creation, you just lost. It's not our fault. The reason we get into this is because we need to know our nationality, our heritage, our culture, and our ethnicity. Guess what you can't get from DNA nor genealogy? Nationality, heritage, culture, and ethnicity. This is the stuff coming back from your ancestors these days. This is what they're revealing. This is why you talking about you Indian and all that stuff. It's no mistake. You dig what I'm talking about? Many of us are being guided. The various civilized nations are to this day represented by their lineal descendants who inhabit their ancestral seats and differ in no exterior respect from the wild and uncultivated Indians. At the same time, in evidence of their lineage, Clavigero and other historians inform us that the Mexicans and Peruvians yet possess a latent mental superiority which has not been subdued by 3 centuries of despotism. Right? And again, with respect to the royal personages and other privileged classes, there is an indubitable evidence that they were of the same native stock and presented no distinctive attributes excepting those of social or political character. The observations of Molina and Humboldt are sometimes quoted in disproof of this pervading uniformity of physical characteristics. Molina says that the difference between an inhabitant of Chile and a Peruvian is not less than the Italian and the German. To which Humboldt asks that the American race contains nations whose features differ essentially from one another as those of the Circassians, a European white folk, Moors, and Persians. So what he did was give you three types of people. He gave you a pale-skinned people, a dark-skinned people, and a brown people, the Persians. But all these people are of the same race. Ooh-wee. So you can stop with the lookership. Lookership gets you nowhere. It gets you nowhere. But all these people are of the same race and readily recognized as such, notwithstanding their differences of feature and complexion. And the American nations present a precisely parallel case to what? Caucasians, white folks, Moors, right? Black and brown Europeans, and Persians, brown folks. He's saying the Americans are the same thing. They got a whole bunch of phenotypes too and colors. I was at one time inclined to the opinion that the ancient Peruvians who inhabited the islands and confines of Lake Titicaca presented a congenital form of the head entirely different from that which characterizes the great American race. Nor could I at first bring myself to believe that their wonderfully narrow and elongated crania resulted solely from artificial compression applied to the rounded head of the Indian. That such, however, is the fact that has been indisputably proved by the recent investigations of M. D'Orbigny. This distinguished naturalist passed many months on the able land of the Andes and embraces the region of these extraordinary people and examine the desiccated remains of hundreds of individuals in tombs where they have lain for centuries. D'Orbigny, remarked that while many of the heads were deformed in the matter to which we have averted, right, head binding, right, which they get from, who do they get this from? Huh? You read Joe Waspi, you'll know head binding in America comes from a false god named Uhura, right? What was his purpose of teaching people to bind heads? He was forcing clairvoyance, right? Pushing the thought and cognitive reasoning centers of the brain, which are in the frontal lobes, towards the light receiving centers of your brain, which are at the top, are called your crown, right? So by this process, forced suis or forced clairvoyance was brought to the Americas, right? And that's why many we see flathead tribes and all this stuff. It was given by a false god who they still call, Anna Waspi reveals it, Atura to this day, right? This is their false god, Ahura. You dig what I'm saying? But get you an Owaspi, figure it out. It was also observed that the flattened skulls were uniformly those of men, while those of women remain unaltered. Remember, it also says that the jinn of Egypt, right? Their head was flattened, right? And at a time, it was just the men. Ooh-wee. Interesting, right? And for those who don't know what a jinn is, it's not like a spooky Arabic ghost or nothing like that. What you get from Arabian myth and lore, that's not what it is. A jinn is an oracle. Remember, these are flatheads. These are people who who got their head flattened on purpose. And if they're doing this to the boys generally, well, then many of your jinn would be men, right? And the crazy part is, irregardless to if your people got conquered or anything, the incoming rulers didn't mess with the jinn because they needed oracles too. Interesting, right? And if you want to know where the jinns were, and you know, they if you look in southern Sudan, if you look in Sudan today, they have pyramids in southern Sudan, little small ones, right? And like little vault areas, pyramidal vault areas. These are the seats of the jinn, right? And oracles in ancient Nubia and what they call Sudan, right? This is why they're there. This is what they did. They're schools. The angel would talk through the jinn and teach the man one-on-one in those little huts in those dark areas, because it got to be dark. So they were created like that to be able to move vortexia, right? So to heighten the spiritual nature of the environment, and give the spirit enough energetic force to take up on a semblance of flesh while it's teaching orally through the jinn or the man, right? Who got his head compressed, right? What we would commonly call today, I think they do this on purpose. I truly think they do this on purpose, because they do the same process today of head binding, except it's done chemically, right? A jinn anciently, right, would equate today to a person with autism. Right? Have you ever seen a person with autism that was mean? Very rare. They're some of the nicest people in the world. And that's in many cases because their light receiving center or their cognitive center has been pushed towards their light receiving center. This is also how autistic people know things that they weren't taught. How many savants are autistic? Almost all. You dig what I'm talking about? And they've been doing this through shots since the 80s. Why you think you can't sue the government for these shots? Well, let's go a little further, right? Because this is the book Native Races, right? From 1882 to 1886, right? And let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit more. All right. And they're describing California Indians, right? And when we get down to it, it's always good to be able to put a visual onto what is being said. So when they let us know about the areas, we're going to tap in with the Google Earth to show you where we talking about that these people that they about to describe are, right? Remember, this is the face of the Aboriginal American. I'm not going to tell you what they look like. We're going to let the ancients, the old school, the people who were there, tell you what they look like, and you make your mind up who these people are in the Americas today. Remember, their lineal descendants are still here. Mind you, somehow they still here in the 1800s when they supposed to already be extinct. By the 1600s, you're supposed to be extinct. Where are all these Indians coming from? If over 90 million of them died just from coming into contact with white folks who had diseases that we already had cures to. Who you think gave the cure to Cotton Mather? His Indian servant. Look it up. Yeah. Cotton Mather saved them, not us. We already had the cure. We already knew about inoculations and all that. But check this out. The Alcones, right? They're talking about a California tribe, right? The Alcones are of good height, and the Tulareos were thought to be generally above the standard of Englishmen. So they're taller than the average Englishman, which was about 5'6" about at that time, if I'm not mistaken. Their complexion is much darker than that of the Southeast Islanders. Hold on. Let's take a look at the Southeast Islanders. Right? He says it's much more darker than Southeast Islanders. Right? He said, now look, these are Southeast Islanders. Who are the Australian Southeast Islanders? This is Port Jackson. I want you to get a physical look. These are people from the Southeast Islands. Right? What did it just say? What did it just say? That these Alcones and these Tulareos were a little bit taller than the average Englishmen, but their complexion is much darker than that of the South Sea Islanders, and their features far inferior in beauty. So remember, these is people who these not your friends, so they gonna just say what they feel. But he's saying you are much darker than these niggas, and these niggas look better than you, or at least look better than the Alcone and the Tulareos. Right? But remember, we're describing the face of the Aboriginal American. So we just gonna use their words to debunk their theories. Why not? It's fair, right? Right? They put it in there. I didn't. Look, at Santa Clara, they are of a blackish color. They have flat faces, thick lips, and black, coarse, straight hair. Ooh-wee, you can have it black, coarse, and straight. Uh-oh, this is a Negro. Hold on, but you in Santa Clara. Shouldn't be no Negroes out there. Hold on, let's go to the Google map. Right? Let's look up Santa Clara. All right, let's get a look at where they are. Oh, Santa Clara. That's out right outside San Jose. All right. This is more in like Central, down by Frisco, San Jose. Here go Santa Clara right here. So he's saying the Indians from right here off the coast. Look what he said. Let me show you. Oh, my bad. I didn't share this. Let me share it. Look at Santa Clara. This is California, right? Here go to South, San Diego, Los Angeles. Here go to North, right? So right around in the middle, right around Frisco, we get Santa Clara right here. He described the Indians in Santa Clara as having a blackish color. They have flat faces, thick lips, and black, coarse, straight head. Their features are handsome and well proportioned. Their countenances are cheerful and interesting. This is Morell's Voyage, page 122. At Placerville, they are mostly repulsive looking wretches. Where is Placerville? Let's go look where Placerville is. All right, hold on, let me go back. In Placerville, where's Placerville? Oh, you see? Now, if we weren't looking at a map, you wouldn't know that we just jumped this far. So it's people who look like niggas down here, all the way in San Jose and Santa Clara, and also ones up here in Placerville. Oh, you see what I'm saying? And what is he saying? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Look, let me show y'all this. My bad. Right? Now, look where Placerville is. Huh? Remember, we was down here by San Jose. So if we wouldn't have checked this, we would have probably thought that it was somewhere up along by San Jose. No, they saying that the people down here look like niggas. And also the people way over here in Placerville. What does he say about them? He say the ones at Placerville are the most repulsive looking wretches. They are nearly black. Do we have any Native Americans today who are nearly black? Not nearly a one. But we see in even our enemy describe the Aboriginal in California and of Eastern California. This is towards the border, towards Nevada and all that stuff, right? He's saying that they are nearly black and exceedingly ugly. See what they think about you? What about from Borthwick's 3 years in California on page 128? In the Yosemite Valley, they are what? Very dark color. See this? Very dark color. And the women are perfectly hideous. See what they think about you? Now we know good and well that them engines over here was fine as wine. Just like their descendants are today. Reckoned as the most beautiful people on the planet. The American Negro. Right? We are reckoned as the most beautiful people on the planet and the most symmetrical. Let it sink in. This is why they got to set somebody else in their beauty standard try to say next to yours. But understanding that all standards of beauty come from you, especially our sisters. It just is what it is. But in the Yosemite Valley, they are very dark colored, and the women are perfectly hideous. Right? From Nealon's Wonders of Yosemite, page 52, the Monos on the east side of the Sierra are a fine-looking race, straight and of good height, and appear to be active. Where's the Yosemite Valley? Let's go look at the Yosemite Valley. I don't know where that's at. I don't know where the Yosemite Valley is. Yosemite Valley. Oh, okay. That's still over there. Okay. Okay, that's over there by Placerville. So Placerville over there in the Yosemite Valley too. Okay. So they saying, I bet you they fine as wine out there too. I bet you they fine. Cause just because the white boys said they ugly, I know they fine. You dig what I'm saying? I don't care what he talk about. Let's see what he say. Let's see what they say. I bet you the more repulsive he say they are is the more beautiful they actually are. I know that's the truth. Where we at? At Monterey, right? In the vicinity of San Miguel, they are généralement d'une couleur foncée. I can't read all that French. Where we at? Okay. Oh, all right. Here we go. From that 52, right? This is what they had up here, right? From Nealon's Wonders of Yosemite, right? At San Jose, where we at? At San Jose. Now, where we at? Let's go look so we can put it on the map, right? Remember what we talking about? What we talking about? We talking about the face of the Aboriginal American. And this is in San Jose. All right? Let's go look at San Jose. Booyah. We still in Middle Cali. Mid Cali, Central Cali. All right? Now remember Placerville and all that stuff is over here by Yosemite National Park and stuff. Now we back over here towards the coast. A little south of San Fran, right? So we know where we at right now, right? Let's go back and see what they say. At San Jose, the men are almost all rather above the middling stature and well built. Very few indeed are what may be called undersized. Their complexions, now this is interesting, right? Watch this, and I'm gonna show you. This is crazy. Their complexions are dark, right? But not Negro-like. I'm going to show you why, just like religion, it was meant to be confusing from the get-go. Right? I might just bring this out next. Right? Because if you confuse about Negroes, right? Their complexions being dark, but not like Negroes, some seem to possess a great muscular strength. They have very coarse black hair. So we actually know they are Negroes, but their complexion is dark, but not Negro-like. How does that make sense? We're going to show you why it makes no sense, but we're going to show you that it was never meant to make sense. It was meant to subjugate you. Remember, this is not your friend telling you about these people. Right? So there are dark people, but they're dark like Negroes. What's Negro dark? And how can you have a dark complexion and not have a Negro complexion? What you're gonna find out, and Cosmon is gonna reveal to you. And shout out to my homeboy OTK, and shout out to the homegirl Sharice. You did what I'm talking about for bringing this out. Well, they didn't bring it out. It was from Jack D. Forbes. It had already been brought out, but they brought some new light and rebroadcasted it back out there to the world, and Cosmon jumping on that bandwagon. You dig what I'm talking about, and gonna ride the coattails to the top, right? Because what you're gonna find out is that a Negro can be black, but a Negro is not necessarily a black, and that a black can be a Negro, but the black is not necessarily a Negro. Does that sound confusing? If that sounded confusing to you, hit me with a 2 in the chat. If that was confusing, hit me with a 2 in the chat. But we're going to explain that and break down all that too. Right? They got they got black and very coarse hair. Some of the women were more than 5 feet 6 inches in height, the average height of a European at the time. And speaking of the California Indians in general, they are of a middling, or rather of a low stature, and of a dark brown color. Now, I'm not saying this. He's saying California Indians in general, they the average height, they middling, or rather of a low stature, or they short niggas, and of a dark brown color approaching to black. So the next question I got to ask is if the California Indians are dark brown approaching the black, where are these California Indians on California reservations? Where are the rest of the Indians, which, remember, we just figured out that irregardless to where you are, don't matter if you're in the cold region or the hot region, don't matter if you east or west, they generally the same people. Where are the people who have dark brown color approaching to black, who have usurped or who now live on reservations, right? Where are those people? We don't see them. So how did you become white, pale-skinned Euro-Asians? How does that happen? If the Indian is described as negroidal. I'm not saying that with what they saying it, right? With projecting lips, nigger lips, and a broad, flat, nigger-like nose. I'm not saying this. They saying this. So where are the descendants of these people? Huh? The Indians. They ain't on reservations. They in the European-made ghettos and slums of America and are hence today misnomered as African American, ain't got a drop of African in them. And even if you did, you can't tell. Because they tell you that the African look like a Negro too. Uh-oh. Huh? Where are these people on the reservations if we know all the Indians look like this? Because it wouldn't matter if you had lily white skin with blonde hair and blue eyes. You would, if you was a Negro, you would have Negro features with that blonde hair, that lily white skin, and them blue eyes. You would still be a Negro. Stop with the color ship. Stop with the lookerism. Stop with the biases. It don't get us nowhere. Remember, they called you all these names anyway. And so whatever they took from me under them names, I'm going to use that name to get back what you are. So all of them is, and don't never tell me what I can and can't say. Don't say black. Don't say this. Is you crazy? I'm grown as fuck. They took some shit under black. They took some shit under Negro. They took some stuff under colored and freedmen and Indian. I'm going to get it back with that too. Right? They got large projecting lips and broad, flat Negro-like noses and bear a strong resemblance to the Negroes. What? So this is a dagger. This is what I want you to, this is a dagger. This is what we call a dagger right here, right? The California Indians are of a dark brown color approaching the black, large projecting nigger lips, a broad nigger nose, and bear a strong resemblance to the Negroes, but they are not Negroes. So who the fuck are the Negroes? And think about this. You had to know what a Negro was before you ever seen an Aboriginal. You already had to be applying the Negro term to somebody who is not Aboriginal, because you comparing them to Negroes and you had never seen an Aboriginal before. Keep that in context. Huh? This is why I easily beat root words. Easily. Why? They bear a strong resemblance to the Negroes, right? And none of the men we saw were about 5 feet high. None of them. Now, he called them ill proportioned because they were short and little. Not that their body proportions were ill proportioned. They had perfectly short legs, perfectly short arms. These wasn't no hunched dwarves. But they weren't 5 feet tall. Is that a little people? This is why he lost easily, because I showed these people in real time. They still exist. What are you talking about? Mind you, they're already supposed to be extinct. Yet in the 1800s, they're talking about eating these people. You're already supposed to be extinct. Hey, hold on. Hey, Brown Bunny, man. Hey, look, you got to chill out, dog. You got to chill out. You know what I mean? It ain't nobody time up. Your time up. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to sit back and learn, man. You so contentious, young lady. Don't nobody care about what Knack or nobody else is saying. We on a higher level over here. And if you can't level up, sis, you can just bust up. You so worried about what everybody else saying. Worry about that higher light and what your creator is saying. Right? Because he gave us a high comprehending brain to be able to take the good from out the lie and discern. Right? And we finding out that the California Negroes, people of California, are Negroes. Stop. It's this division that they applied to our people that got Crips and Bloods killing each other. And then it's this division right here that got Crips killing Crips, Bloods killing Bloods, Kings killing Kings, G's killing G's. It's in our own neighborhoods. For this little trifling little you this and you that. Them ain't even our issues. We were giving them issues. Stop. And then you talking to an elder. She got a wrench. You lucky she ain't just bang you. Have some respect for your elders. You gonna be old one day too. Cool out, Brown Bunny. This ain't the place for this. You go on everybody else's channel and clown. Because they do clown shit. They looking for laughs. Not looking for any. Ain't nothing funny. I could blow this up a little bit too. Let me go over here. Let me blow this up just a little bit. Let me blow this up a little bit. We have, he said, they bear a strong resemblance to the niggas. None of the men we saw were above or about 5 feet. None of them. They were short. Ill proportioned. We have never seen a less pleasing specimen of the human race. Look at that. Right? Says, in speaking generally of the California Indians. Right? We're going to get down here because I don't read German. Right? Says, the coast Indians. Oh, this is from Osworld, Californian, page 62. The coast Indians are about 5 feet and a half in height and rather slender and feeble. In the interior, they are taller and more robust. Ahuans and Ians. You dig what I'm talking about? Is this the genetic difference we actually looking at? The more Ahuan type or the more iron leaning genetic? This would be the cause of your great variation in height, at least. Also, it would cause the great variation in lifestyle, from one being totally pacifist to one being totally warrior-like. And shout out to the North Americans. We wasn't, especially the North Americans, we wasn't playing. For the most part, we wasn't playing with nobody. Right? When you came here, we wasn't praising you. Right? Might could have got that off in the Caribbean or maybe in South America, maybe. But we was a total different people up here in the North. Total different customs, total different everything. Right? It said the coast Indians are about 5'5" and a half in height and rather slender and feeble. In the interior, they are taller and robust. Like I said, your Iron Ahuan stocks, your Anguigan stocks, your mothers and fathers anciently come from big people and little people. If you don't know that, go back, look at my Ahuan video. Go look at my video on little people. Go watch my debate with me and Root Words. Go look at all the stuff I bring up about the mound builders. They're little people. They're short. And we see right here these people right next to each other, one taller than the other. But they're telling you they're the same people. All right? Let's see what else they got to say. Look, we say they are small in stature, thin, squalid, dirty, and degraded in appearance. In their habits, little better than orangutans. Well, dang. Well, dang. Said they are small in stature, thin, squalid, and dirty, and degraded in appearance. In their habits, how they live, they are little better than orangutans. They are certainly the worst type of savage I have ever seen. Dodge the hijack. Look what else they say. This is from Lord's Natural Volume 1, page 249. The more swarthy in complexion, and of less stature than those east of the Rocky Mountains. So you're talking about the California Indians, those being west of the Rocky Mountains, are darker in complexion, and they're a little shorter than those who would be the Midwest Plains east of the Rocky region. Look, it says more of the Asiatic cast of countenance than the Eastern tribe. Oh. So they saying some of these people on the West Coast got that little mix from the Eskimos, from the little Asiatics. But we know Asiatics is niggas too. But this is why we see the phenotypic differences, because we was already admixed thousands of years before anybody else got here. We already had people with these type of features here. Right? Not Mongoloid in any sense. They're American Negroes. But if we was looking at them, we would think that they were Asian or Mongoloidal. No, 100% American. And they didn't mixed in, and now what they look like the Negroes. But they saying they got a little more of that chinky eye in them, a little more like little wang tap tao. You dig what I'm talking about? Got a little more duck sauce in them. You know what I mean? And then but a little extra white rice. You dig what I'm talking about, with your sweet and sour sauce on the side. That's all it is. These people been had mixed thousands of years and produced people stocks already. He's just saying it looked to him like the niggas of the West got a little bit of cut of that Asiatic in them, way more than the niggas who from the East of the Americas. Makes sense. It makes sense. All right. Let's get into this. Because remember, they was talking about, Negro being dark, but not being a Negro, but being black, but not being dark like the Negro, but the Negro was dark, but he was black, but he wasn't a Negro, but he was. Let me show you why that's so confusing. I'm going to show you what's confusing on purpose. This is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This is all about confusion. This is a social construct. This is why they made you a nigga. Because it puts you in a social class, a status that can be applied through law to you, even though that ain't what you is. You ain't no Negro. You're an Aboriginal American. You just look like what they called Negroes. Now, mind you, the only thing that they had ever seen that they called Negro is an African. Understanding that modernly, we kind of similarly phenotypically look like, but we don't. But in the white man's eyes, that's what we resemble. That's not what we resemble. That's what the Aboriginal American resembles. He looks like an African, a Negro, the only ones they had ever seen before they came to the Americas. So this is why they called you black, nigga, Negro. Why? Because they called Africans black, nigga, Negro, which all ended up becoming synonymous with slave. But let me show you, right? This is from Jack D. Forbes, right? Shout out OTK, right? Shout out the cleanup crew. Shout out my baby girl Sharice. Did what I'm talking about, the rollers. Look what it say. It say the use of the terms Negro. Let me blow it up just a little bit for you. Booyaka, booyaka, booyaka. It says the use of the terms Negro and black to include, listen, persons of Native American ancestry. Now, we know what Native mean today, but we also know there was no Native people before 1960. Right? And we also know the term Native does not denote a blood or biologic stock of people, but denotes that you admit that your ancestors have been born here, because now today Europeans are called Native Americans. Eurasians are called Native Americans. That's only because they were born here. That's it. They just as much Native American as I am. Or actually, they're less Native American than I am, factually. Because my ancestors didn't migrate from anywhere. Right? So I want y'all to check this out, right? In 1854, right, the California State Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. Right? So this is what's happening in 1854. They trying to block anybody who not Caucasian or white folks, right, from getting citizenship and civil rights under this brand new system they done put together in 1783. Right? Let me show you why it's confusing and that it was meant to be confusing from the get-go. Look what it says. The word black may include all Negroes. It may. Negroes may be all black. But black may not include. But let me tell you, look, the word black may include all Negroes, but the term, this is from Supreme Court, but the term Negro, listen, does not include all black persons. Let that sink in. I'm going to read it one more time. The word black may include all Negroes. It may. But the term Negro does not include all black persons. So what a black person is not necessarily a Negro. And a Negro is not necessarily a black person. But a black person can be a Negro, but it can't be a Negro, and can and can't be a Negro, but a Negro can and can't be a black person. What's the difference? Look, we are of the opinion that the words white, Negro, mulatto, and black person, whenever they occur in our Constitution and also in our courts, must be taken in their generic sense. So whatever this is, this ties you to a slave. So whatever this is can tie you into this. Now, what they tell us a mulatto is, right, is a white and a Negro. But we see that the Negro in America is actually the Aboriginal. He wasn't described as a black person till later. Before that, he was called a Negro, meaning the same term, but not in English. This is Spanish, right? We came into contact with the Spanish before we came into contact with the British, right? That the words black person in the 14th section must be taken as contradistinguished. So an opposite from white. So what does white mean? So if black means slave, nigger, dead in law, right? So much so that they made a 14th Amendment and this person can still go back into black person status or slave, must be taken in contradistinction from white. So white must mean the exact opposite. And necessarily includes all other races other than the Caucasian. So anybody other than a Caucasian is a black, right? But one group of the blacks is the Negro, and he is of America. Now look what they say. As convoluted as that quote may be, it tends to express a strong tendency in the history of the United States towards creating two broad classes of people, white and non-white, citizen and non-citizen. Right? I'm going to drop down here a little bit. The tendency to create a two-caste society often clashed with the reality of a territory which included many different types of people of all colors and different degrees of intermixture of European, American, African, and Asian. So when they say, right, that these people, these Americans, west of the Rockies had some Asian in them. How they know it wasn't European? Right? They say these Americans west of the Rockies had some Asians in them. How you know they're not African? Everybody in Africa don't look like a sub-Saharan Bantu nigger from the Congo. Many of them look like the Khoisan with a Asian phenotype. Nonetheless African, nonetheless Negroidal. But how does these guys know? When further study shows that the tendency to create a two-story society, a two-caste society, often clash with the reality of a territory, right? Which included many different types of people, nonetheless American. Remember, these are the people they running into. Of all colors and different degrees of intermixture of European. This comes later, right? The American, the African, this comes later. And the Asian. The Asian happened before the European did. What they're calling Asian, they're not even actually Asians in America. Even though there are some Asian people brought to Americas during the Pacific slave trade, there was a stock that existed here before then of what you would call Mongoloids or Asians, right? There was a stock before the Pacific slave trade. There was a stock before the Mayans, right? I give them about $2,000 in the Americas, probably roughly about 250 AD. This is where your people who come on, who end up becoming the Inca, come from. Roughly about 250. Right? Many of the people that we see on the Maya and Bonaparte murals are Incan. That's being held by the ponytails, slaughtered and all that stuff. These pale people, this is why, when their European brother got here, they were so quick to turn on you. But because you did that, you did what I'm talking about in many parts, and ruled by inspiration under the false gods like Luamong, the Christ, who brought up, who was his false god, Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, that's the Jeebus of America. He the fake nigga of America. Died on the cross, do all this stuff, ignominious death and all that. Yeah, he's from the false god Luamong, who we know today is Christ. The nigga in Revelations 19:11 that's coming back on that horse with the sword. Yeah, with a name don't nobody know. His name is Luamong. Yeah. Listen, Native American people, right, whether of unmixed ancestry or mixed with other stocks, were at times affected by the tendency to create a purely white, black social system, right? Dr. Jane Battlelord tells us there was no white people anywhere in the world before 1681 after Bacon's Rebellion, and also that anything called white, right, is not based in reality or anything genetic or biological at all. Don't fight me, fight the scholars. Native American people, whether of unmixed ancestry or mixed with other stocks, were at times affected by the tendency to create a purely white, black social system, especially when living away from the reservation or the ancestral homeland. In the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, mulattoes. So many of these people who they think is mixed are not, they're just American. But you thought they was mixed. You thought they was a black, which meant you was an African slave. You was from a slave stock, a black, a nothing, a nobody, slave. Peon. That's what a black is. You don't got no land, no heritage. You're just a slave and a descendant of a slave, right? You know nothing. That's what a black is, in fact, right? But then, remember, there's a part of the blacks, right? There's a part of the people who look like the blacks but are not blacks. They are called Negroes. And these Negroes, many of the Negroes of America are Indian. The Aboriginal American is a Negro, but not a black. Also, he was misnomer because of many of this, what they call an admixture ain't. Remember, these is North Americans who ain't seen blacks yet. We ain't seen Europeans. So how we mixed up? It's just Indian on Indian, getting different phenotypes. Nonetheless, Indian. But look, in the British slave colonies, now y'all must understand, a British person and an English person are not the same thing. The British are not the English, but the English can be part of the British, right? Britain encompasses Ireland, Scotland, and what we would call England. But the English, right, are just people from England, from Wales and all that stuff. That's so they're not even the same thing. And we got to stop this. Just because we hear European, right? Just because we hear European doesn't mean pale skin. Remember, we got the Moors still here, you know? So in the British colonies along the Eastern Shore, right? Especially in the North, right? And in the islands, right? But the ones of the slave colonies in North America along the Atlantic coast, many Aboriginal Americans were classified as blacks, Negroes, and mulattoes, or people of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry, right? But remember, they're not blacks. The Negroes of America who had this American ancestry, right? Even though these terms were being applied to Africans, it was only being applied to them because they generally look like who Europeans first saw as the Negro, the blacks, right? We're neither one. Nor are we mulattoes, nor are we people of color. We Americans. But when they got here, they said we was Negroes. But remember, the Negroes ain't black. Confusing? I know. But this is why you got to be smart. This is why you just can't listen to what anybody tell you. If they're not showing you why objectively they're saying what they're saying and making it make sense, man, you might as well not even listen. He said the manner in which Americans and part Americans are sometimes classified as mulattoes and people of color from New England to South Carolina and in the Spanish Empire are explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro has also been applied to people of the American descent. Remember, we getting into the face of the Aboriginal American. And they telling us they the Negroes. Guess what? How many Negroes is it in the Americas? It's only one. It's only one. Right? Everybody else migrates here. The African is not you. The dark-skinned East Indian is not you. The Dravidian of East India is not you. Jaja say, I put you here on purpose. And you're the only one in the world. You dig what I'm saying? Oh man, my thing was muted. Oh, cuz I've been going Hammerstein. Man, I was bugging. Oh man, I've been going that thing muted, boy. I hope y'all could read what was going on, man. Man, oh man. Man. He said for like 20 minutes. Oh, I gotta go all the way back then. I was cooking. Well, we might as well go back up to the top, right? We're gonna bring it right back down, right? Look, this is from Jack D. Forbes in 1854. California State Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights, right? Dig this. You say, go back, Cosmo. Yeah. Bet. Got you. I got you. We're going to go back in. Say no more. Right? We want to show you this, right? The word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all blacks. Huh? Did y'all hear that? I'm showing you that these terms being applied to your people were terms of subjugation, political statuses, right? Socio classes applied to your people, but are not your people. But look what they even saying. I'm telling you, it was meant to be a trick from the get-go that a black may include all the niggas, but the nigga does not include all blacks. What? You see what I'm saying? But understand that black goes back into slavery. And remember, they didn't know anything other than what they had seen with these people that they called Negroes in Africa and blacks after they were enslaved, right? They called the American that term too, even though he wasn't. He had American Aboriginal stock, right? But the Negro term was applied to him also, right? So Negro does not equate to black, but black does equate to slave and African. So this is how the term Negro does not include all black persons, but blacks can and may include all the niggas. But the Negroes may not include all the blacks. Look what they say. This is from the California Supreme Court, right? It says, we are of the opinion that the words white, Negro, mulatto, and black person, whenever they occur in our Constitution, must be taken in their generic sense. That the words black person in the 14th section, right? So a black person had to get laws passed for him. Why? Because this is the guy, the black person that they was fighting and freeing in the 1860 Civil War. But what you're going to find out is what? That not all blacks are Negroes. Uh-oh. A black person is a status too. Purposely corrected, supposedly corrected by the 14th Amendment, but what? If you break the law, you go back into being a black and hence enslaved. You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on one second, y'all. Let me hold on one second. My bad, family. That was my fam on the phone. My bad. Right? Now, they saying that the word black person in the 14th section of the Constitution, right, must be taken in contradistinguished from white. So white, right, being citizen, taxable, dissentable, and in right standing in law, right? This is your understanding of white supremacy. Actually had nothing to do with, at this time, skin color. Because remember, not all blacks are Negroes, and not all Negroes are blacks. So some whites are blacks. This is a condition. Black is a condition, right? Which is what ties you into peonage and slavery, right? And look, that the word black person in the 14th section must be taken in contradistinguished or opposite from white, and necessarily includes. So it must include that all races other than Caucasians are black. See what they're trying to do? This is how you get all these terms, right? Because we got people who are being misnomered, who are Americans, being misnomered as Negroes, Africans, right? Being misnomered as Negroes, Africans that are real Americans, right? But are being called mulattoes because they're a little lighter than the Negro blacks, but they have no admixture whatsoever. But if you was now look, as convoluted as that quote may be, it tends to express a strong tendency in the history of the United States towards creating two broad classes of people, white and non-white, citizen and non-citizen. Now, the tendency to create a two-caste society often clashed with the reality of a territory which included many different types of people of all colors and different degrees of intermixture of European, American, African, and Asian. Remember, they was talking about the people west of the Rockies looked like they had a little extra Asian mix. But how can you say that, right? When or how could you even say that they had any European mix when we talking about a people at a time before Europe got here? How could they have any African mixture whatsoever? First of all, they're supposed to be extinct. And then how can you have African admixture when Europeans brought the Africans here? We understand the Pacific slave trade and the Asian slave trade, but remember, they are calling these people mulattoes, right? So-called American European mixes, right? But I'm telling you, the African is actually the white guy. Let me prove it real quick. If the American looks like the Negro, right? And the Negro is the African. When you mix an African and a Negro together, how would you tell it apart? How would you tell it was anything? How would you tell that it had any African or American heritage in it if they both come from copper colored people. You wouldn't be able to tell. But the way that you can tell they have mulatto or black genetics, right? And that these African, right? That they can tell you have African genetics is because the African admixture is white people. This is how they can look at you and mix a copper-colored American with the African, right? And get a mulatto. Right? Getting mulattoes out of the mix, right? But you wouldn't know that unless these Africans are a different color than the Americans. I can tell, or I assume you got African in you, right? That you have some type of African or black mix in you because I can see your skin is lighter than the copper colored people around you. And remember, get off this high train too. Just when every time they say European, don't mean pale skin. Remember, the Moors are dominating Europe still. They still the hierarchy. They the kings, the rulers. Look at Alfonso and all them. You dig what I'm talking about? Ferdinand and all them that Columbus and them was writing to. Philip II, everybody, all of them still was Negroes. Right? So how would you tell somebody was mixed if they both copper colored? You wouldn't be able to tell. But if the African was mixing with the American, and producing mulattoes, you would be able to tell, right, by the lighter skin tone and the change in phenotype. This is the admixture. This is how they know you had slave in you, because they was able to tell it in your face, because the African ancestor that came over from the western coast of Africa was white. This is how they can tell you had an admixture in your copper-colored America when everybody was already copper-colored. Native American people, whether of unmixed ancestry or mixed with other stocks, were at times affected by tendency to create a purely white-black social system. See? Especially when living away from a reservation or ancestral homeland. So those who lived away from the reservations or did not remove to the reservations, right, being of American, especially North American stock, were misnomered as Negroes. And blacks being forced to fit in to a white-black social system. Right? Now look, in British slave colonies of North America, along with the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks. Who? The North American was classified as a black. Have they ever mistaken a modern Native American for a black guy? Have they ever mistaken a modern Native American for a Negro? If you think that you could possibly mistake modern Native for blacks and Negroes, you dig what I'm talking about? Hit me with a 3. If you think you can mistake them, the modern Native American, the guy on the res right now, if they are commonly, Okay, answer it this way. If the people who are on the res today, are they commonly being mistaken for blacks and Negroes? If not, right, we know that those guys aren't the North American. Uh-oh. Along with the Atlantic coast, many persons of what? American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, and mulattoes, even though they weren't. They were classified as Indians too, even though they weren't. They were just Americans. Right? And these terms, blacks, Negroes, and mulattoes, was already being used for Africans. You see that? Remember, they judged us against what they knew. They knew the African. They never seen us before. They said we kind of look like them. So they said the Americans look like Negroes. All right? But all Negroes aren't blacks, but all Africans are blacks. See the tie they play with the word game? Right? This is socio-political jousting, because, right, this affects you once you go into court. You don't even know that you're being played in a white-black social system. Neither do most white folks know this. Oh, we don't have any white privilege. You're stupid. You don't know how the system works then. You either in or you're out. Look, the manner in which Americans and part Americans were sometimes classified as mulattoes and people of color from New England to South Carolina and in the Spanish Empire are explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro, right, has been applied to people of American descent. And the term Negro was never applied to the modern day Native American. So we can cut anybody out today who calling themselves Native American. They not of the original stock. They're not of the Aboriginal stock. I'm not knocking who you are, but you just not the original. Or nor are you of the originals. So you're different people from Europe, Asia, right? And it don't matter how long you lived here, you never become Americans. It's only one American. That's it. Right? You can be native because your people have been born here, no doubt. Yeah. You can be a citizen of the United States. That don't mean you're an American. See what I'm saying? It's a difference. Right? But let's go back into the Mexican, let's go look a little further into the Mexican colonial term Chino, right? It is a referent of Afro descent. Now, first of all, what the hell does Afro mean? Does Afro mean Africa? No. Afro is a hairstyle that, by the way, most Africans can't grow. So Afro does not denote a people from Africa. Afro denotes a person who can grow one. Being that there is only one people in Mexico that can grow an Afro, who are today misnomered as Black Mexicans, right? They apply colonial socio-political terms like Afro, right, as a dog whistle to let you know these people are of Aboriginal American stock because most Africans can't grow an Afro. And mind you, look who this is from, Dr. Marco Polo Hernandez Cuevas. Bet you this not no Bantu nigga from the Congo. Apparently, look, unaware of the existence of at least 3 Spanish language homonyms of Chino with different significations, times, and places of origin, there is a considerable research corpus inaccurately translating as Chinese. So they saying that when you hear the word Chino, they applying it to Chinese people, right? You saying, but that's inaccurate. He says the Mexican colonial term Chino, right, found in Mexican colonial documents from the late 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries to disentangle the confusion of the linguistic problem outlined. This work tracks the distinct etymologies of Chino, meaning curly-haired African, First Nation offspring. Dodge the hijack. Where did you get this A from? See, you can understand that Cuevas just revealed that he is indoctrinated by the out of Africa theory. Because ain't even no A in Chino, but he tied Afro to African. Indoctrination. Afro is a hairstyle. So look, I'm not even going to stretch this. Look, Chino, Chino, meaning curly-haired, indigenous First Nation offspring. Chino. See it? Ain't no A here. It's an I. And remember, these are people of Afro descent. So these people, Africans who can't grow them, right, can't be applied to a First Nation American. An Afro can. An Afro can, but not an African can't. You see what I'm saying? The curly hair, indigenous First Nation offspring, and of Chino as Chinese. And the objective is to show that the name Chino, as referent of Afro descendants, derives from Chino, a synonym of pig. It is shown that a homonym of Chino arose in the Philippines as synonym of Sangli, the Tagalog name of the merchants of Cathay, the Middle Kingdom. Based on the foregoing, 3 findings are exposed. That what? First, that the term Chino in most Mexican colonial documents is not a referent of Chinese. But to Afro-Mexicans. And second, that the word Chino, meaning Chinese, which began to be used generally in the 19th century Philippines, applied to the Sangli merchants exclusively. And third, that the ethnically diverse people who entered Mexico via Acapulco were called Chinos because they were perceived as people with tainted blood. Now, if they are supposedly tainted with African, how would you know if they are both brown people? Unless the African is a white boy and you would start to see the mix. You ain't gonna mix a black ass African with a black ass American and be able to tell who. That's not gonna happen. But if that African was a white boy, you would see that quote unquote tainted blood. Since you want to tie us to the Africans so bad. The Afro-Mexicans are just Mexicans who can grow afros. Does it mean you're from Africa? And remember, right, that the term Negro, also African, also black, also mulatto, also colored, has been applied to people of American descent. And none of them are the people of the Americas. None of those terms. Also, Chino. Right? Y'all starting to see it? Y'all starting to see it? It says blacks of the land, Indian slavery, settler society, the Portuguese colonial enterprise in South America by John N. Montero, edited and translated by James Woodard and Barbara Weinstein. Interesting. All this color. Blacks of the land. This is instructions to the 1930 census takers on counting people by race. Instructions to the 1930 census takers on counting people by race. Column 11, sex. Write M for male and F for female as indicated in notes at bottom. Schedule. Column 12, color or race. That's a problem. Right? Your color is not your race. And look, even though Waspy break this down, look at what Waspy say. Right? We can start up here. But look what Waspy saying right here. Look. Keep in mind, though, that in the modern times of Cosmon today, skin color alone is neither sufficient to determine lineage. Skin color is not sufficient to determine lineage, nor is it a determinative of spiritual grade. So what you look like don't mean how smart you is, nor does what you look like tell you what your lineage is. And moreover, what y'all need to get is understand that all of us got this ancient DNA in this from our forefathers. And that's why we look the way we do, because bad mixture. And everybody got this. Everybody. Okay. Let me share this. Right. W for white, neg for negro, mex for Mexican, IN for Indians, CH for Chinese, JP for Japanese, Phil for Filipino, Hin for Hindu, Kor for Korean, for a person of any other race, right race in full. Right? 151. Negroes, a person of mixed white and Negro blood. This is on the 1930 census. And this is how they determine it. People by their personal description. A person of mixed white and Negro blood. What is a Negro? Is that an African? Are they black? See the confusion? A person of mixed white and Negro blood should be termed as a Negro, no matter how small the percentage of Negro blood. How do you know what Negro blood is? Right? Both blacks, which are not Negroes, and mulattoes, which can and cannot be Negroes also. Persons to be returned as Negroes, even though they may not be Negroes. Because remember, blacks and Negroes is not the same thing. All blacks ain't Negroes and all Negroes ain't black. But black and white make a mulatto. You see what I'm saying? See the problem? Practicing lookership. You never get to actually who you are. Okay? And this is the game they want us to play with the whole African, Pan-African back to starving movement. You dig what I'm talking about? Back to Jollof movement. It's just not working, yo. It's not working because y'all ain't working it. You ain't worked in 40 years. You've been teaching the same stuff since we was little kids. None of it worked for y'all. You dig what I'm saying? It's time to move on. You know what I mean? And then I never have a problem with anybody claiming who they are. It's just about when you trying to force who you are or trying to tell me who I am. That we got issues. Other than that, I don't care what you think. Most of y'all stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? And don't know anything. So why would I even take what you say serious? You see what I'm saying? Period. You know, sitting there arguing with a fool person on the outside don't know who the wise man is. Because neither one of them have any actual information. The fool on the outside, the fool you arguing with, or the guy on the outside trying to learn. Neither one of them knows. So if I'm sitting here arguing with you, we both look like fools to this guy who don't know nothing. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be careful, you know, who you're dealing with, and even letting that low vibratory vibe even around you. You know what I mean? You couldn't come on here talking that crazy stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? You can push your ideology all you want. You dig what I'm talking about? I wouldn't block nobody from pushing their ideology. You dig what I'm talking about? But tell the people this is your subjective belief. This is what you believe. Ain't no proof what you saying, right? And then lay out why you saying, why you proving. Because if we ask you to show us what a black is, you're not gonna be able to do it, right? Black is not a nationality. It's not a heritage. It's not a culture. It's not an ethnicity, right? Neither is Negro. Right? You could possibly show me what a Negro look like, but we know Negroes look other than copper color. And none of them are black. Or some of them are black. Are we talking about color? Right? But we know a black and a Negro is not the same thing. Right? Because if that was the case, all Negroes would be black. But they're not. A person of mixed Indian and Negro blood should be returned a Negro unless the Indian blood predominates the status. How does it know? How do you know? As an Indian is generally accepted in the community. Indians, a person of mixed white and Indian blood should be returned as an Indian, except where the percentage of Indian blood is very small. And this is why they don't want to do blood quantum. Or where he was regarded as a white person by those in the community where he lived. So if they said you was a white boy, you couldn't get on here, right? Mixed Indian and Negro. For a person reported as Indian in column 12, report is to be made in column 19 as to whether full blood, what? Or mixed blood. What is he talking about? Full blood what? That's insane. You know what I mean? And notice they don't have any DNA tests. They're just looking at people, right? Practicing lookership. You don't look like no Indian to me, darky. The 1860 census had 3 race categories: white, black, and mulatto in 1866. Right? White, black, mulattoes. Right? Mulattoes, quadroons, and octoroons. Some race scientists and public officials believed it was important to know more about groups that were not pure or white and black. Ain't no. It's you see this. This is religious scientific racism, because they're strictly going off belief. The white people are, quote unquote, white people are the most mixed up people on the earth. They got everybody in, which is cool though. But what the hell is a black if it's everything other than what we know is white? Huh? It don't make sense. Some scientists believed these groups were less fertile or otherwise weak. They looked to census data to support their theories. From the mid-19th century through 1920, the census race categories included some specific multiracial groups, mainly those that were black and white. Mulatto was a category from 1850 to 1890, and in 1910 and 1920, octoroon and quadroon were categories in 1890. How would you know that a person was 1/8 of anything in 1850 or 1910? What is the official scientific process used other than your ass? You didn't have one. You guessed. You believed. You were subjective because you had a nefarious purpose to your ideal of calling these people certain social misnomers. There was a reason you were calling them this. This is called a pencil whipping, my friends. You see how they backing them into the corner with a pencil. The pencil is much more mightier than the sword. Definitions for these groups varied from census to census. In 1870, mulatto was defined as including quadroons, octoroons, and all persons having any perceptible trace of African blood. How would you know? Was the African the brown American part, right? Or was the African the white part? What are you tracing? You're tracing the African blood, right? But how do you differentiate between a copper-colored American and a copper-colored Indian and their copper-colored child? You can't. The African, which this blood that you're tracing, must change the phenotype, right? And you got 1/8 or 1/16 of this white African blood in either in your quote unquote, even in your Bantu nigger type genetic or your American genetic. This is how they can tell it's mixed in there. Because, and truthfully, the man who got on the bottom of them boats and got enslaved in the Caribbean and in Brazil and all these places is a white boy. Yep. They're Africans. The instruction to the census taker said that the important scientific results depended on their including people in the right categories. In 1890, a mulatto was defined as someone with 3/8 to 5/8 black. How are you taking these measurements? They're just looking at people. Huh? And with this same misunderstanding that people are practicing lookership, they gave you people like the crying Indian, right? Saying that that's what an Indian looked like, when in fact he was an Italian. He wasn't Indian at all. He didn't even have no Mongoloid or Native American genetics. He was just a regular old European white boy. Hmm? Good old Italiano. It's me, Mario. How are they? You got 5/8. Nigga, you got 5/8. Sound like they doing a drug deal. You got 1/4 black blood. Shit crazy. An octoroon had 1/8 or any trace of black blood. I bet you they was light skinned. The word Negro was added in what? 1900 to replace color. And census officials noted that the new term was increasingly favored among members of the African race. In 2000, African American was added to the census form. In 2013, the Bureau announced that because Negro was offensive to many, the term would be dropped from census forms and surveys, although American Indians, right, were not included in early U.S. census as in censuses. An Indian category was added in 1860, but enumerates counted only those American Indians who were considered assimilated. For example, those who settled near white communities. These guys, this is a body snatch right here. Because it was people who left their communities and went and lived with the white folks. Right? They counted them. Huh? They were colonized, civilized. They've assimilated. What happened to all the people who didn't leave? What were they termed as? Negroes. Yeah. And blacks. In 1860, but enumerators counted only those American Indians who had assimilated. The census did not attempt to count the entire American Indian population until 1890. We already into Dawes Roll by that time. A decade. In some censuses, enumerators were told to categorize American Indians according to the amount of Indian. How do you know if the Indian, when the Indian looks like the Negro? How do you know that that's not African blood? If you just looking at a person. According to the amount of Indian or other blood they had, how would they know? Right? So the more paler the skin, is it considered a mark of assimilation? In 1900, for example, census takers were told to record the proportion of white blood for each American Indian they enumerated. In the 1930 census, now they doing this off lookership. Now, mind you, by 1900, these boys is on the Dawes Rolls, $5 Indians. Go out there and look at the Reds right now. Ain't even really no mestizo types out there. These are all white folks. This is why they don't want to do the blood test, because it's going to prove that they're European for the most part and Asian. You're Asians. White boys don't even stay on the Reds. They drive in from the East, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. They come in from their cities and then they get their little monthly checks and they ride right back to where they be at. Huh? The 1936 instructions for the enumerator said that the people who were what? White Indians. Ain't none. Were to be counted as Indian, except where the percentage of Indian blood is very small. So if you got brown hair, that I guess is very small. Right. But if your hair black, you got some engine in you, I guess. I guess that's what they're saying. They're just making it up. It's lookership. I can't tell what y'all is by what you look at. You know what I mean? What you look like, that's crazy. That's about as crazy as thinking you can spit in a cup and find a trash. That's just as retarded. Think you can spit in the tube and find a nationality. You're an idiot. Hate to say it. They got you. They tricked you, bro. They got your little 300. Just charge it to the gang. Or where he is regarded as a white person by those in the community where he lives. This is crazy. All right. This, look, it says an American dilemma. This intermingling between the African tribes also had its beginnings in Africa, where commerce and wars, slaveholding and slave trade for thousands of years had this effect. The extensive slave trading by Europeans after the discovery of the New World and the stirring up of the population movements in Africa caused thereby only intensified a process already taking place. Its final consummation occurred in America. In the United States, miscegenation with Indians, right? First miscegenation laws come down when, y'all? 1690. 1690, your first miscegenation laws. In the United States, miscegenation with Indians and whites occurred from the very beginning. Indians were held as slaves in some of the American colonies, while Negro slaves, wait a minute, were being imported from where? Huh? If they being brought from other parts of the Americas, they Indians too. And how do you tell the Negro from the African if your whole ideology is that they look the same? Neither one of them would have spoke this European language, that whatever the European was speaking, Spanish, Latin, Portuguese, Dutch, Gaelic, whatever they was speaking. How would you have told them apart? Equality of social status between Indians and Negroes favored intermingling. So, are they trying to say that the Negroes are the Africans? But I thought the Americans were the Negroes. Which one is going to be? Don't the Indians whole tribes of Indians became untraceably lost in the Negro population? How? Or did the Negroes get lost in the Indians because the Negro looks like the Indian? Proving again the face of the Aboriginal American. The Indian looks like the Negro. Right? Some Indian tribes held Negro slaves. So we actually know that the Indian and the Negro is not the same thing. They just look alike. So no, you wasn't a slave. You may have held some slaves that looked like you, but wasn't you. Now remember, your enemy is giving you this story. This is not your story. This is what your opposition has written down as his narrative about you. Some Indian tribes held Negro slaves with whom they mingled, and some were active in the internal Negro slave trade. This is Indian slave trade. How do you tell the Negro from the Indian if they look alike? Runaway Negroes, slaves, and free Negroes who are not blacks. Remember, a Negro is not necessarily a black, and a black is not necessarily a Negro, but we know the blacks were slaves. So how did these Negroes get enslaved? Huh? Could these Negroes be misnomered Indians who got conquered in war? And if they're running away, where they running to? How you know which way to run? You just kept running? Runaway Negro slaves and free Negroes, right? often took refuge in the Indian camps, where they then were kept as slaves or were adopted, right? I think we need to revisit this word slave, right? Could we replace this word with indenture and this becomes a job? Why would anybody want to adopt a slave into their family? They wouldn't. But if you was working a job and you was getting paid and you coming into the camp, you'd be a regular just like everybody else. And I thought you was cute and you got hunched on. That's it. Now your last name Peoples. That's it. If they was copper-colored Africans or copper-colored Indians, how would you tell? Especially if they was raised up Indian. They would only spoke the Indian tongue. You wouldn't have even tell. Because remember, whatever this Negro is, it looked like the Indians. But the African doesn't necessarily look like the Indians. And yet they called the African a Negro. But they also call the African a black. See them name games? In a few cases, the intermixture produced a group that was recognized neither as Indian nor as Negro. And this is where we find ourselves today. Now you black. Now you African American. Then change the name again. A few isolated groups of this type remain to this present day. Look at that. A few of them. Mind you, they're supposed to all been extinct. We don't even know where these Indians came from. During the 19th century, the Indians declined as a significant element in the population of the South. How? And those who remained, where did these go? Did they leave the land? Is this how the population started to decline in the South? Because these people left. The Indians declined as a significant element in the South, and those who remained. All right. So with some people, so somebody stayed, somebody left. And those who remained began to take on the attitudes of the white man toward the Negro. So whatever the Negro is, the Indian know he ain't the same thing. So he can instantly look at him and tell you're not the same thing. Excuse me, y'all. Hold on, I got a call real quick, my bad. All right. From this time on, Indian Negro mixture was probably no more important than Indian white mixture in the South. But the early interbreeding between Negroes and Indians, so whatever they is, they differ. But they look alike, at least to the white man, but not to Indians and Negroes. Because we could easily, just like today, tell we was the different people. So these would be your quote unquote Africans, who they say look like us, the American Indians. This is the face of the Aboriginal American. Go look in the mirror. But the early interbreeding between Negroes and Indians had been of greater importance for the genetic composition of the American Negro population and has until recently been realized. 27 and 3/10% of the Negro sample of 1,551 individuals examined by Herskovich, Melvin Herskovich, claims some Indian ancestry. 27%. The relations between Negro and white indentured servants during the 17th century, right, which is the 1600s, had much the same social basis as the Negro-Indian intermixture. As already pointed out, some time lapsed before the imported Negroes were pushed down to the lower statuses of chattel slavery, and racial prejudice developed only gradually. All through the colonial period, the white population showed a marked excess of males and a scarcity of females, as did also the Negro population, which per se is a factor tending. Dig this. This is from Man. Man, if you're getting first of all, if you're getting a little something up out of this, man, hit your boy with a 4 in the chat real quick. We got up in this thing. What's going on in the chat? What are you talking about? Everything I read said that they look like the Negro. You better go back and just be talking. You dig what I'm talking about? You know, them boys just be talking. Man, a monthly record of anthropological science published under the direction of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, April 1939. Says the original articles, physical anthropology, Negro skeletal remains from Indian sites in the West Indies. Says the recent paper in this journal by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian implies that an undeformed Negro physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands, in pre-Columbian times. Do I even have to even read anymore? That an undeformed Negroid physical type, right? So it's something like the African, but it's not because it's American. Remember, they didn't see Negroes in America. They didn't start calling them Negroes in America until 1555. It's the earliest usage. Right? So before that, there was already a Negroid physical type, right? They was basing it off pre-existing knowledge that they had of a people that they was calling Negro, the African, who they'd already come into contact with. They was calling him Negro, black. Okay? So these niggers, these Negroes, are the blacks from Africa. They just saying that the American, like they said way back here, right? Like they said way back here, right? that the California Indian, in general, they are of a middling or rather low stature, of a dark brown color. They say they look like the Negroes. Not that they are Negroes. They got brown color, approaching to black, like you blacks. They got large projecting lips, just like you Negroes, and broad, flat, Negro-like noses. Stick that up your ass, not a coincidence. You dig what I'm talking about? Stick it up your hand paws. Because it did say they look just like them. And they bear a strong resemblance, what? To the Negroes. Read it and weep. Nothing he said, didn't say that the American look like the Negro. Shut up. Read it and weep. And we showed where they was. Remember, they right here. Right here in San Jose. All the way out here to Yosemite Park. That's who they talking about. People in Middle California. Huh? So the recent paper in this journal by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian implies that an undeformed Negroidal physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian times. Not only is this implication contrary to previously accepted findings for the Antillean area, as will be shown later, but it also fails to give adequate consideration to the possibility of these skeletal remains representative intrusive Negro burials. But how, if the Negro, right? Remember, this is pre-colonial. The Negro was brought to America by the European, right? If everybody knows that the European enslaved blacks, the Negroes, and at that time, which they tell you is 1619, they were brought to America in mass. They would have been trickling in since, Pizarro time, but it wasn't enough of them. Not enough travel had happened yet. Huh? Why would people go all the way from Africa to bury themselves with some people they don't know in America? That don't even make sense. It makes no sense. The possibility, it's a possibility, right? Why? Because you want to uphold the out of Africa theory. That, first of all, the people that you're calling Negroidal, right, are actually American and have been misnomered as Negroes, right? The only reason you calling them Negroes is because they must fit in your out of Africa theory. These people are so dumb, they got people believing that there was nobody in America before white people got here. There are people who actually believe that. You dig what I'm talking about? This is crazy. And now understand that we're talking about a time years and years ago, but they still using the same liquor shit. Right? And the DNA still wouldn't prove that these people are from Africa unless you test them or American unless you test them against American blood panels, right? Test them against the oldest American blood panels, and then test them against the oldest African plant, and see which one they come, which way the genetic drift shows and leans towards. We find these quote unquote Negro looking people in Indian barrels, but we see that the Indian already looks like a Negro per white science and anthropology. So to write off the fact, right, that these are Negro looking people, but are in Indian burials, they'll make up an invented possibility, a scenario that somehow these people came over here in boats and buried themselves. Many times, the simplest explanation is the truth, that these Negro-looking people are from here. They didn't have to come from Africa. Let's see what else this goes on to say. Let's see what this says. The mere presence of skeletons in a sand. But okay, the mere presence of skeletons. Now you can already tell that these guys are skeptical. They don't want to give no credit to anybody with brown skin, and then they want to put it and somehow give it to an Eskimo-like type people, you know, like an Asian, right? Anything but an American nigga, right? So I just want y'all to understand that this doesn't escape me, the time and who is writing, right? We can already tell this is Negro burials. No scientist worth his salt would use this term today, right? But these are the shoulders that modern scientists stand on. So we got to shake it all the way down from the foundation. We don't believe none of you, right? We got a better story than your out of Africa, out of America, out of your little shithole country theory. Yeah. Y'all trying to put the creator in a box, right? Not understand. He made two people, two little stinking little monkey men in Africa, and somehow everybody, 8 million people today are here today. Yeah, right. From 37, 63, 61 BC, per your biblical narrative. You crazy? Remember, these ain't your friends. The mere presence of skeleton in a Sanders shell or mound of Indian origin, lacking careful stratigraphic records, is not certain evidence of primary association with the accompanying artifacts. Moreover, I venture to say that few physical anthropologists familiar with American Indian skulls would mistake for Indians those illustrated by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian. Indeed, most physical anthropologists would probably be less conservative and say Negro instead of Negroid. They're still saying that the Indians look like Negroes. It's just crazy. America's oldest Negro community, Gold Town. So, is this the African? That's the mama. He got some melanin in him. He could be an Indian. He could be the Negro. Is that the African? Look. Interesting. Look at all these Negroes. Look at all these Africans. Look at all these Africans. I can't make it up. The African got pale skin. Look. He had mixed. He might be 100% there. It says, is the general store is ran by the Bryants, who married outside of the tight clan pattern. Charles L. Bryant was born in New York, enchanted at, I can't see what that says, or educated at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn. His wife is a Gold Town woman, born and bred. Uh-oh. There go your African right here. They met in Long Island in 1914. Here go your African. It's your Negro right there. Fresh out of Africa. You know what I mean? But, just a little quick bill, I just wanted to jump on real quick. Let me see. Hold on, let me see. Look, standing up. Hands up, not on our knees. Praising the Great Spirit. You see them mounds in the back. You see them pyramidal structures in the back there, praising the Great Spirit. I see it. This is what your ancestors did. This is what Cosmon bring. Nationality, heritage, culture, and ethnicity. I don't care what you call yourself. It doesn't matter. Right? But if you don't know yourself, and even if you didn't, if you aren't good, are you good? Are you willing to do good works for others with no benefit to yourself? Then you my people. You my people then. Until then, I don't care what your skin looks like. You're still a shit person. I don't care if you're from Africa. And you out here hurting and misteaching and misleading and not doing anything beneficial for the people, except talking and trying to tear down other people's talking points. You are useless, and you're not my people. You're not the people of the Most High. Huh? African don't mean shit. European, they're a bunch of lines that some white man wrote on a line on a map somewhere. They don't even exist. There is no Europe per se. Is it not all Earth? Everywhere a man can live, he has, and most likely does. So when you stop putting creator in that little itty bitty little box, you're going to figure out that your dumb ass been saying the same thing that we've been trying to tell you. There's an Aboriginal man everywhere. Well, to be original or aboriginal to a place, that means you come from there. That means there had to be somebody there from the beginning. Look what y'all say. Hell with what y'all talking about. I'm rocking with the dude who makes sun, moons, and stars. Y'all stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? Why would we listen to y'all? You dig what I'm saying? Watch this. Not no out of Africa theory. If you really want to get to it, it'd be more like panspermia. Huh? You really want a scientific idea to wrap your mind around, right? Look what the creator say in the book of Yahweh, the book of the creator. Because I am male and female, even in my likeness. Now we ain't talking about having a penis and a coot cat, dummy. We're not talking about having some breasts and some muscles. When you talk about male and female, we're talking about energy. Right? Talking about positive and negative. Male and female, like as in energy. The positive and the receptive. Energy. Because I am male and female, even in my likeness, I made them thus. Look what it says right here, 78. That is, made males and made females, but like the creator, each capable of imparting and receiving in their generic sense of going forth or giving inspiration, while also capable of receiving inspiration or accepting incoming energy, substance, thoughts, etc., negative or female, right? Of going forth or giving inspiration, thoughts, and energy, etc. It is male. Right? Because I am the power to quicken into life. Listen, it's a difference. He said he the power to quicken into life. Not the steady quickening. I'm the power to do it. Right? Because I am the power to quicken into life, so in likeness of me, I made them with power to bring forth. And watch this. According to their respective places, I created the living, not only in pairs, not with just one little stinking little nigga in Africa, not with just little dumb little Adam and Eve running around. Oh, don't eat on the fruit. Oh no, we're gonna die. Not only in pairs, not only in hundreds of pairs, but in thousands and millions of pairs everywhere. And according to their respective places. And the light up on Simu. If you don't know what Simu is, do your homework before you start talking to Cosmon, little boy. Because what you talking about is not what I'm talking about. You talking about some earthbound shit that can't help nobody. According to their respective places, these millions and millions of pairs, because of the light of where they was on the earth, so I quickened them in their color and adapted them to their dwellings. And each and every living thing I created knew. Huh? Each and every living thing I created new upon the earth, of a kind each to itself, and not one living thing did I create out of another, killing evolution. Killing it. It's dead. Look, look, here's your out of Africa theory right here. Look, being killed by the creator. Your out of Africa theory contains evolution. So let a sign be upon the earth, so that man in his darkness, so that you dark niggas, we talking about spiritually. We ain't talking about your skin. We don't care what your skin look like. We talking about, are you dark on the inside? Are you low vibratory? Are you a hater? A destroyer? Negative? Purely? And I ain't talking about as in energy. Let a sign be upon the earth, so that man, that you niggas who can't get it, and that you niggas in darkness may not believe that one animal changes and becomes another. Tell all the stupid niggas who believe in Darwinism and evolution that one animal does not change and become another. You people stuck in darkness, idiocy, ignorance, subjective belief, darkness. So that man in his darkness may not believe. So you won't be stuck in your subjectivity that one animal changes and becomes another. And so the creator gave permission for different animals to bring forth a new living animal, which would be unlike either its mother or father, but he caused the new product to be barren. Think donkey, the mule, right? Right? Created from an ass and a horse. It is always sterile. Always. Ligers, sterile. They can't breed without help of men. Why? Because tigers normally don't breed with lions. In the wild or even in captivity, they still don't breed. They got to get the egg from one and the semen from the other, and then put the egg and the semen together, get that together, make sure it's a viable offspring, and then put that back in whichever one is the mother. That's how ligers are made. And then, even then, you still got to be in the same species. Like, you got to be, it's not like a cat and a dog, a canine and a feline could ever get together and produce nothing. That don't work. But two different felines, let's say the liger, you know what I mean, a tiger and a lion, because they are phenotypically similar, they can interbreed, but the offspring is always sterile. This proves that man is the same exact thing. He's not a different species, right? Because any quote unquote Aboriginal American can mess with any white girl or any Asian or anybody anywhere. And we don't need like when a white dude who got a different blood haplogroup than his wife get to her body may try to kill that child, right? And she got to take different shots. But that don't happen with the Negroes. We pump everybody up. Pump it up. Here's what it is. We can all mix because we all the same. Get over it. It's just your bias, racist, prejudice, learned behavior that still separates us today. Right? Debunking evolution, and so Yahweh gave permission for different animals to bring forth the living animal, which would be unlike its mother or father, but he caused the new product to be barren. We can look at the mule, right? The mule, birth from an ass and a horse, is barren. Creator said, and this shall be testimony before all men that I created each and all the living after their own kind only. Facts. We talking something different than what you low vibratory niggas talking about. I just so happen to be an Aboriginal. What are you talking about? Haplogroups Goose didn't kill the child. What are you even talking about? Nobody even said nothing about RH back. Listen, I told you we can mix with anybody. With the RH factor or not. Because we're humans. It's called admixture, silly man. Little silly young fella. Huh? Not my fault you're unripe. Right? You need to grow up a little more. You worried about things that can't help you. Right? Hey, Brown Bunny, don't be bringing that stupid shit over here. We don't want to hear about none of them niggas. Jeremiah Street, none of that. None of that. Because you just agitated. You always on some fuck shit. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's you that's the common denominator in all the problems. So fix yourself and you won't have no problem. Right? Over here, we stay on topic. Right? And by the way, not a coincidence. Most of us over here are not RH positive. Right? Like me, I'm O negative. I don't have any RH in my blood. None. Not that we couldn't. You know what I mean? But for the most part, we aren't. We're O blood primarily as the Negro of America, RH negative. As an African American, I don't know, you come from A and B blood stock, so you're definitely going to be RH positive. See, we don't deny that you're Africans. Right? You admit you from a slave. I think you from a slave too. You know what I mean? I don't never even have a problem with you trans Africans. Shout out to the trans Africans, all the real trans Africans. You dig what I'm talking about? Be whatever you want to. Be South African. You could be Tanzanian. You could be a sub-Saharan hunter-gatherer. You could be Ifa. You could be Egyptian. You could be from the Congo. You're trans-African. Right? Because you don't actually know, they don't know. You know what I mean? They ain't keep no records. So it is what it is, man. We on a higher vibration over here. None of your African bullshit is going to make it to the higher heavens. None of your Aboriginal bullshit gonna make it to the higher heaven. I'm just bringing back the nationality, heritage, and culture because they're gonna soon understand that it is sourced from the Great Spirit. What's our nationality, heritage, and culture? What is our culture? Our culture is science, technology, engineering, and math. That's our culture. That's why we so good at STEM. Best engineers in the world, niggas, melanin, popping. Get over it. Get over it. You ain't my people if you a shitty Indian. No. You just happen to be an Indian. If it's okay for your God to not be a respecter of persons, why not Cosmo? This is why many of y'all won't even come over here and sit down and have a conversation, because when you get you out of your bullshit ideologies, you actually don't have anything, nothing to benefit the people. I've asked these brothers for years, what is a tangible benefit, something I'm going to physically gain, not emotionally, not subjectively, not a truthism of some sort that will change my mind. No, I'm talking about a dollar amount, some land, some non-taxable, some reparations, some restitution. I'm talking about, what do I get from aligning with something that I'm not? So if all my heritage and my people telling me I'm an Indian, what do and the white man and other people is telling me I'm African? First of all, who do I believe? You okay? Let's say I rock with my family on this one, right? But how do y'all convince me to come over there, right? And just be big Mbutu? You dig what I'm talking about? Big Mbekwe. You dig what I'm talking about? OG Cosman Fufu. What do I get for this? Right? Because first of all, you dig what I'm saying? It's gonna be a lie, understanding what I'm saying. But guess what? White folks can't prove I'm lying. What you gonna do? DNA test me? Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What do I get for aligning with this shit? Is it do you believe that the United States government owes slaves for slavery or descendants of slaves for slavery? You're highly mistaken. You need to study harder. The United States government doesn't and will never pay anybody for slavery. So if you're whole African and restitution and reparations is hinging on the fact that you are, or your ancestors were slaves and you are the descendant of them, you're fighting a useless battle. So you're not going to get reparations that way. How are we going to get it? Using your out of Africa theorized ideology. What is it going to benefit us? I've been asking for years. I haven't got, it's the truth, brother. The truth. Fuck the truth. If it ain't helping nobody, I'd rather you give me a lie that was benefiting my children than to tell me a whole truth that was going to lead us to the steps of hell. Huh? Are you crazy? You dig what I'm talking about? That's crazy. All I want is a benefit, something tangible. You know? You're going to give me free health care, free insurance. You know? Low reimbursement and no reimbursement on homes, free education. What am I getting? Yeah, I would rather believe a lie that will benefit our people than a truth that's doing nothing. It's dead. Your whole movement is dead. It's not a coincidence that your movement is dead. You don't even show me the 15-year-old that's out here killing them. 20-year-old, 19-year-old that's out here turning the game on his head, talking about African black this, holy black Pan-African. Show me one that's 15. Tearing the scene up. Everybody that I know from Africa dying to get over to America. Literally. They holding on to the bottom of ships and you know what I mean? Woo-wee. Doing everything they can to get over here. Look at the border. They talk about the Mexicans, the immigrants. Man, it's just as many Africans and Asians crossing that border, getting that $7,000 check, car and a scooter, free ride to wherever they want to go. Those are called tangibles, benefits. Right? The link is at the top of the chat. If anybody want to come in, I'll drop it again. But I'm not going to be too long because I got to get back on here in a little while. Y'all come back at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Right? 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, 6:30 Central. Daryl Cosmine is going to light this thing on fire. Right? If you ever praised the gods, or you was one of these people who got an idol of sorts, you're going to want to check into this. You know what I mean? This one is called Yahweh and his demonic gods. You dig what I'm saying? And you dig what I'm saying? The fact is that, you know, somebody who is not versed in science, you would never go to a PhD class and tell a PhD scientist that how to teach, what to say, right? Question his method. Don't do it in here neither. Because remember, whether you know it or not, them PhDs come to us. They talk to us. Come and get new ideas. Get their shit picked apart. You dig what I'm talking about? Coming because they know we fair. They know we coming with something we can prove objectively. Who is this?
Black Asians?
Yeah, that's what they don't like doing. That's crazy.
Y'all could you come up with something like that?
Right. Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, I got my uncle right here, so I was like how they going crazy, like over information and stuff. It's old information that's already it's just old information that's being recycled. Like how your homeboy yesterday, like he brought up the Black Asians, right? It's old news, ain't it though? See, my uncle said, yeah, it is old news.
That was known back in the 1930s.
It was known back in the 1930s.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
Okay, so what is your point of contention and who are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the dude AP who channel you be on, like with all this like with all this history stuff that y'all be talking about. Like yesterday, for example, he mentioned the black Asians. No, he ain't mentioned the black Asians, but until he seen me make a post about the black Asians, then he started mentioning them, like, oh yeah, we got black Asians, woo woo. And then he gonna say he's a master teacher. No, Elijah Muhammad is a master teacher because he taught about the Asiatic black man.
God only gave humanity one teacher. That's in the Bible.
Right.
The only begotten of the dead, the first and only begotten of the dead. Most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Talk about Allah himself. He came in the person of Master for our Muhammad.
So
that's a fact. That's facts. I mean, that ain't nothing. That's not an argument. It's an actual fact because it actually happened.
I'm asking.
Most honorable Elijah Muhammad only went to the third grade of school.
Can the brother hear me?
Yes, sir. I sure can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What's your name, bro?
Yes, sir.
What's your name, bro?
Charles. My first name is Charles.
How you doing, Charles? I'm Cosmo.
I'm doing good. Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good.
All right. So you were saying that Elijah Muhammad was the first to come back. So I'm assuming, I'm just assuming, I could be wrong. You're coming from an Islamic ideology?
No, I'm coming from what's in the scripture. I was just explaining what's in the scripture, the part that says Jesus rose from the dead. How the Bible say God gave his only begotten son. I'm saying from a scriptural standpoint, the definition of what that scripture means is God was going to raise one man and give him the key to what the scriptures mean. The Bible, the Injil, the Quran, and the Torah. So that's all I'm saying.
So you saying that just so I'm understanding, you using a biblical narrative to correlate with the Islamic narrative and to say that Elijah
I mean, I am a Muslim. I'm FYI, which means I'm a student of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad under the leadership of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. But I'm saying from scriptural, I was explaining my understanding of the part in the Bible where it says God gave his only begotten son.
Oh, okay. I guess.
I'm just saying that's what I'm. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you, bro. I ain't got no. I mean, that's your understanding. I ain't,
Yes, sir.
I'm with it. I ain't got to get back against that because I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
Is in those scriptures, right?
Uh-huh.
Where Jesus was sacrificed, right?
Yeah, murdered. Yep,
Right.
murdered.
Right. He was seen as a sacrificial lamb, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, rock with me real quick.
Okay.
So is Jesus the sacrificial lamb a human sacrifice?
I mean, it the way I look at it, from my understanding, I can say yeah, because I have an understanding, but the common folk, they're not gonna understand that. That's why I was trying to explain from my understanding.
Right. I get where you're coming from. You said it was from the biblical narrative, so I was just rocking with the biblical narrative. You did
right.
What I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Just seeing where you at in your understanding. You did what I'm talking about, because remember the Bible say ain't no private understanding. So,
right, exactly. That's why me personally, I can't say it's my understanding because I'm a student. This understanding comes from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, but I believe it. So that's it's on me to believe it. So you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the second part of the question goes on, like, is it cool that your God accepts human sacrifice? When we see gods like Asteroid, like Paul, like and any other false god in the biblical narrative. Talking about in the biblical narrative. Also accepting human sacrifices for actual sin and all types of stuff. How do we, by the character of the God, distinguish the false god from the real?
Okay, when you say sacrifice,
same thing.
Where I think like people like humanity or humans, the mistake I think people make is we take our own beliefs and misunderstanding of what a sacrifice is, and that's what I think has been going on for centuries. Now, as far as like sacrifice, think about the story when God told Abraham to take his son up on the mountain and stick a knife through him and kill him. That's called a sacrifice. He took him all the way up until that point, and then as soon as he got ready to swing that knife, God stayed his hand. So sacrifice, the way I look at it, yeah, God would require certain sacrifices, but it comes down to your understanding, because as humans we can make a mistake. I can make a mistake and chop somebody's head off and be like, dang, I ain't even get the right person, or I didn't even move at the right time. You get what I'm saying? So that's how
I get what you said, but God is telling Moses that killing his son is a good thing.
Roy, say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't even hear you.
I was saying, but remember, we're not supposed to take this as a negative thing during the post the biblical narrative, because God is explaining or has explained certain narrative that he was going to sacrifice them day one. And remember, there's a way you gotta take the guts out. You gotta separate the fat from the organs. You gotta put the blood on one side. You gotta sprinkle. So he's gonna have to do that in God, right?
Yeah.
His character is not showing different than the demonic is. Right? We're talking about character, not news, right? So how do we tell the difference between God of the Bible and the false God of the Bible if they are practicing the same behavior?
You said if one is practicing the same behavior, you can't tell the difference. The way exactly. if one is a real God and one is a false God, is the person that represents the God. And I believe the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan represent the real God.
And I ain't gonna sit here and
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? I'm not bound by any doctrine or God or me. But I understand. Hold on, it is a feedback. It's bad feedback.
Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit, but I can still hear you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You see, that's the mute his mic. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
All right.
It goes a lot further, Would more people be willing to do more for you? So maybe
it's crazy. It's coming down to the wire, though. It's coming down to the wire. Everybody's gonna be under one flag, one government. Ain't gonna be no other different government, because they all gonna be destroyed. It's gonna be one government under God.
Right, but the dude that's on that channel, he's just taking like information, regurgitating, like gathering it from all over, like from Elijah Muhammad, like from books he done read, and he try to make it seem like, oh, this is something I came up with. He from down south.
Listen, this is another thing, though.
Mhm.
Hold on. Let me, hold on.
Yeah, I
Let
can hear you.
That was my bad. My bad. Let me just hip you Skittles. Don't bring whatever y'all got going on over there over here. Leave that over there. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't never disrespected you. I ain't never came at you sideways. You dig what I'm talking about? Or none of that. Leave that over there with them. As you see, I'm over here talking a higher light. Something different. I'm not showing the differences. I'm showing the commonality and the oneness in it all. Showing that there is a great creator. A mind. Of all creation. It's somebody who does everything. It's somebody who makes sun. Stars, moons, quasars. Don't matter if you call him Allah. Don't matter if you call him Christ. Is your heart real in following that doctrine? And then once you complete the doctrine, then what you gonna do? You gonna stay stagnant there? Or you gonna come on up here with Cosmon? We got more light. We're not trying to take nothing from nobody. We're trying to reveal that there's something new, more comprehensive. Right? So leave, because that Aboriginal stuff is not going to make it to the higher heavens. All that Islam, not going to make it. Christianity, not going to make it. It's going to be your works that prove whether you get up there. Not what you talking about, what you doing and what you've done. This is what I'm saying. We on something different. This is why the Moors come over here and talk to me. This is why those from Islam come over here and talk to me. Even the brothers who they didn't see me shred the Bible 1,000 times. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's not personal. You know, I hit the God. I just throw the rock. Whoever holler, that's the dog hit. You dig what I'm saying? But I respect dogs. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference than what's going on and me trying to tell somebody. Me trying to tell somebody who they is. Then me
Oh yeah, we killed part about librarian just walk down here.
Yeah.
Shasson, I'm gonna listen. What you got going on? Leave it over there, Shasson.
Oh, it ain't no smoke.
Leave it over there, Shasson.
Oh wow, I thought it was smoke. I'll drop back down to the chat.
Yeah, drop down then. Get the eagle on.
You ain't talking about my folks, is you?
Who is your folks?
My folks, the ancestors.
Who is your ancestors?
You know who the ancestors is.
Who?
Hey Skittles, he don't know who the ancestors is now.
No, act like I don't know. Teach me. Who are your ancestors?
Who your ancestors?
That's
Can't
what I'm
be
saying.
the engines.
No, your ancestors ain't my ancestors. Remember?
Nah, they the same people. They
No,
related.
your whole ideal is to tell me who mine is. Remember?
Nah, not really.
You got a religion.
Nah, not
And
really.
if I don't believe, listen, Shasson, I'm gonna tell you how I know you got a religion. It's simple that if I don't believe what you believe, you get mad.
Nah, not really. I'm not mad.
Yeah, really. How many times have you tried to tell me I'm African?
I never told you was African. I wouldn't tell you African because I don't even say I'm African.
Right. You tell me I'm descendant of a slave or African something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not though. And how many times have I told you that?
You
And
saying
yet
that
you
that's a
can't accept
religion.
that. So
That's
if
a
I
religion.
don't
You
rock
saying
with
you
your
not, and you don't
belief,
even wait, you
hold
saying
on,
you not because you
hold on,
wait.
bro. This is how I know it's a belief. It's a religious system. It's an ideology. Because if I don't rock with it, you're upset. That's like me saying I don't rock with Islam or I don't rock with Christianity, and people with in those understandings say, "Oh no, you don't get it. You don't." It's the same. It's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing with the out of Africa. It's a religion. It's a belief. I say scientific when I'm over there. I don't talk about none of this. None of the spiritual side. Well, actually, science and spirituality are the same thing. They're doing the same thing.
Cosmo, I don't preach out of Africa, but let me say this about this slave trade conversation. One thing I'm realizing about a lot of y'all, I've been having this conversation with y'all abos for about a year now. Y'all really don't know genealogy. Y'all really don't even know enough to even qualify to have this conversation. That's why y'all always got all these dumb questions that we answered a long time ago every day. Y'all don't even qualify to have this combo, and it's bad.
And then you keep throwing me in the bag with everybody else, nigga.
I got to, because I got to, because you don't know it. You don't know enough to have this combo either.
Hold on. Do me a favor. I want you to drop down, right? Go on my page and prove anytime I've ever said that the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist.
Cosmo, last week you trying to say that West Africans are white people.
They are.
Nobody in their right mind is gonna. No, they not, brother.
They are.
Where you getting this logic from?
Hey, son. Show me anybody.
Show me in history. Wait. Show me in history
we
Europeans claiming to be West African.
Show me anybody getting off them boats that's brown skin.
You can't wait. Hold on. I'm not about to argue with you over slave voyages numbers, because first, look, listen to me.
I know
this is your panel. Let me just get this off.
Guess what you gonna have to do?
No, it's not.
Show me that the people getting off those boats, off those slave ships, stacked on top of each other, had brown skin. Until you can do it.
Well, according to y'all, everybody. Wait.
I'm not a person who's stuck in anything.
No, this the funny part. Wait.
People are brown.
Wait, this the funny part.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, look. This the funny part. 1 minute y'all claiming Look. 1 minute y'all claiming everybody black, and all these white people supposedly was black originally.
Nobody does that.
Yes, that's all y'all do. Hey, Skittles. Am I lying? Skittles. The British was black. The English was black. The Irish was black. So now you trying to say that these slaves that came off the boats was white. What logic is that? You niggas contradict. That's why I said, Cosmo, respectfully. This is why I said you niggas do not need to be in this conversation. Talk about
God himself is a black man.
Talk about this transatlantic slave trade, because you niggas do not know enough. You don't qualify to have this combo.
It was Queen Elizabeth that gave the green light on the transatlantic slave trade.
1 minute everybody black, now the slaves is white.
No, that's crazy. There wasn't no slaves, wasn't no white slaves. There was poor raggedy ass humans that didn't know how to do nothing. That's why they died and was eating each other. Yeah. And that's a documented fact. They didn't know how to do nothing. They didn't even come up with English. It's the black man that gave Caucasians English to give them a language to speak, because they was making grunt sounds like monkeys. We know their history. And it was in how you gonna be in the caves for 2,000 years to come out and build the automobile. That shit never happened. The black man gave them everything from A to Z. Everything.
Now look, I got to mute your mic, bro. It's giving feedback. But the brother just gave a statement, said that we go around and say, oh, the European is a black man. He is. That the English man is a black man. He is. And look, his name is Cheddar Man. a hunter-gatherer. This is the oldest representation of a man found in Europe. Look how he looked. Cheddar man, a hunter-gatherer who lived 10,000 years ago, had blue eyes, dark color, curly hair, and dark to black skin pigmentation. I'm not making this up.
You can't find out. You can't find it back when you did.
Wait, let me say this to you, Cosmo. Let me say this to you real quick, Cosmo. Cosmo, that's cool. Look. Let me say this to Cosmo real quick.
You got this. You got it. Message me that platform so I can get on there. Because that's the night. I like that conversation.
Yeah.
And can they hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? Oh yeah, yes sir. Peace. I'm about to get out of here like 2 minutes. But I'm I want to get in this conversation. Man, I love this conversation. It don't matter if I agree with y'all or y'all agree with me. But I think this shit is important, straight up. But yeah, I'm gonna get back at y'all. Like I said, my first name Charles, but my real name Wisdom X.
Shout out Wisdom.
Yes, sir.
You see, you can always come on back on.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Y'all take notes from Wisdom.
Yes, peace, God.
Take some notes from Wisdom. Me and this brother didn't necessarily agree, but we was able to have a conversation because I'm able to meet the brother where he at.
All right, so look, meet me real quick, Cosmo. So Cosmo, right? Look, you showing this picture of Cheddar Man, right?
Well, we're gonna jump down, y'all. We'll see you later, Cosmo. Shot one.
All right,
all right, peace.
Yeah, I like. That's it's good. I like. I mean, I like to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
So here's the thing, Cosmo. So you can see into this because this a part of out of Africa. You accepting this Cheddar Man, this Cheddar man?
Well, Cheddar Man is not part of out of Africa.
Yes, he is, bro. All of this is a part of out of Africa.
No, it's not, bro.
All right. Anyway, let me just say this. Look, let me just say this, right? If you dealing with shit like this, then you believe in DNA and all of that shit. Because the only way they could identify these type of people like this, and when you had your debate with Lucky and y'all was talking about Lucia and Luzio, they're dealing with DNA. So if you accepting Cheddar Man or Lucia, that means you concede to DNA. That means you believe DNA is real.
Let me express to you.
And if you do, wait, let me say this. If you do believe DNA is real, then I don't want to hear when somebody or Pan-African or one of us tell you to take a DNA test and that shit tell you more African than anything that is fake. Because if that's the case, you don't need to be showing no Cheddar Man. You don't need to be showing Lucy. You don't need to be showing nobody.
Well, listen. First of all,
it don't work like that.
You're not solid in your whole ideology.
No, I am solid. You're drifting
hold on,
into
bro.
things
I'll let you get it out. I'll let you get it out.
Things that could.
I'll let you get it out because
you playing with shit that deal with
hold
DNA.
On, you keep saying silly things like
no, you dealing with shit that
real?
Deal with DNA. But then when we ask you to take a DNA test as it pertains to you being part, to your DNA being African, you're gonna say that's fake.
Doesn't do. You're trying to do something that DNA doesn't do.
No, you are. Hey, Cosmo. Cosmo, look, Cosmo, I don't believe in Cheddar Man and all of that. I don't believe in the out of Africa.
Listen, what you're not gonna do on my channel is overtalk me. That's what
you're not gonna do. Bro, you've been cutting me off since I got up here, but go ahead, do your thing.
When you up here, I know where you used to doing whatever you're doing everywhere else, but that's not here.
I'm just showing you the contradiction in your logic.
Contradiction.
No, it's very much.
There is no contradiction. You have a faulty premise, right? That somehow DNA is not real. What are you talking about? DNA is absolutely real.
No, I didn't say DNA. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say DNA isn't real.
But
I'm saying that.
Hold on, bro.
You just said it's absolutely real.
Be quiet. Your faulty understanding has led you to believe what they say DNA can do. We didn't say DNA wasn't real, but how it's being applied must be scrutinized at all times for every reason. So how DNA is to be applied has nothing to do with whether DNA is actually real or not. So we can't have these silly conversations if you don't understand that DNA is real, but how you apply it matters.
Hey, Cosmo, I'm not saying DNA not real.
Okay,
I'm
then
not saying.
when did I say DNA wasn't real?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Cosmo. You'll show.
Ago, I told you where DNA come from.
Look. Well, all right. So if if you took, so here we go. So if you took a DNA test or you took an ancestry test and it told you, or any one of those, and it told you had African relatives or African DNA, you gonna say that's fake?
Listen, if they're trying to say that I come from some tribe somewhere, if they're trying to say they can pin down my ethnicity, my nationality, my heritage, or my culture, I call BS.
It's not. The culture and DNA don't have nothing to do with each other, Cosmo.
Right.
You know that.
Exactly. So how you gonna tell me what tribe I am? How you gonna tell me I'm Ifa? If it can't track.
But the
culture.
tribe is not. Hold on. The tribe is not. It's not the culture. It's the people.
It is cultural.
Hold on, Cosmo. It's the people as far as DNA. A tribe, anybody can make a tribe. Man, you can make a tribe right now, nigga. And we don't have to be related.
I said nationality, heritage, culture, and ethnicity.
All right, Cosmo. But here's the problem with y'all argument.
I'm saying your DNA doesn't give us either one of those four. And guess what? I've been saying day one. Neither does genealogy.
Cosmo, let me say this real quick. Here's the problem with y'all when y'all be denying.
Stop
DNA
saying y'all.
So I'm gonna ask you again, Cosmo. If you take a DNA test and it tell you you're more African and Indian than European, you gonna accept that?
Listen. You gotta understand what
you ain't answered the question yet, brother. It's a simple yes or no.
Tell me if I'm African, bro.
Yes, hold on. Here's the problem, Cosmo. Wait. You got all these people. Listen to me. Listen to the contradiction. Just hear me out. This ain't even about you. You got all these people in the Abo community saying that they know they're European, they know they're Indian. How do they know that without a DNA test? Why are they accepting Indian DNA or European? Wait. They accepting European DNA. Genealogy don't mean that. Let me break something down to you, because I said this is how I know y'all don't do genealogy like that. Because when you check somebody's tree, you can have a relative on there that's not blood related. So I don't give a fuck about genealogy. That's how I know y'all don't do genealogy, because you would know that.
Blood relatives that's not blood related,
brother. I look at people's trees all the time. There's relatives on people's trees that's not blood relatives.
I never seen
it multiple times. That's how I know y'all don't do genealogy.
I never seen a person in my tree who wasn't.
I'm not talking about you, Cosmo. I'm not talking about you, brother.
I'm just saying.
I'm saying in general.
We got to make this personal, because I can't speak for everybody else.
No. My point is, what I'm saying is, Cosmo, this is why DNA is important, because a lot of these people that's just talking about genealogy. Hear me out. I'm not attacking you, Cosmo.
Didn't have a person in their family, in their genealogical line that wasn't blood related.
Cosmo, I've never seen that. I've seen it. You know how I know hey, Cosmo, let me break something down. This ain't about you, Cosmo. Listen, Cosmo. Listen, Cosmo. Listen, Cosmo. I'm gonna tell you why this is common.
Hold on, wait a minute. I don't want you to tell me nothing else. I want you to show me something. I don't want you to tell me nothing. I want you to show me where somebody
is you running. This is not about you. If you listen to this, is why we can't get over this. This is what I'm saying. Because you gotta listen to me. Because
hold on, bro. You can't talk over me. Shut up. Be quiet.
All right, bro. You don't want me to say it,
bro. God damn. Be quiet, bro. Damn. You gotta have a little decorum, young man.
I got some. You keep talking on. It's gonna be real quick. It's not. I'm not even attacking you. I'm trying to teach you something real quick.
You can't teach me. You don't know enough.
That's the problem.
You don't know enough. You can't.
No, you don't know enough. Didn't you say you was from an Indian tribe but didn't know their language?
What? What are you
talking about? When I asked you for them Indian documents before English, you didn't know what it was because you don't even know the English language. You don't know enough about the tribes you claiming you from.
We invented English.
Fuck is you talking about? You
What the
claiming
fuck is
tribes
you
that didn't
talking
speak
about?
English. What are you talking about?
We speak English.
No,
The
y'all speak
American
English
Indians
now,
speaks
goofy.
English.
Y'all didn't speak English
Yes,
originally.
we did.
Stop lying. What Indian tribe
Watch
spoke English before the European got here? Tell me one right now, you liar.
The Algonquin. Watch this.
The Algonquin didn't
Hold
speak
on. You
English.
don't
There
know
you go
enough.
lying.
You don't know enough, stupid.
You don't got
know
no
enough.
records before
You don't
English.
know enough. You can't teach me anything.
You don't.
Hold on. Was the very first Algonquin Bible written in English? Yes, it was. Watch this. Watch this. Haha. You don't know enough. You can't.
No,
teach
you
me
don't know
anything.
enough. You on the
Watch
internet
this.
lying.
Watch this.
Now,
Watch this.
since you ain't want to learn nothing, now I'm gonna come at you.
Right.
You goofy ass nigga. You don't know enough.
Yeah.
You don't know enough. Stop talking. That's what I said.
Watch this, bitch ass nigga. Watch this, bitch. You dig what I'm saying? Watch this. See, what stupid, ignorant people who are religious, right? He's religious, right? If I don't believe in his beliefs, he get upset. If I can show something else, you know, other than what he talking about, right? I want to show y'all the Algonquin Bible, right? I want to show y'all the Algonquin Bible called the Elliott Indian Bible, right? First of all, Algonquin is not just a language or a people. It's the name of 40 mighty nations, which later on in time get consolidated and become the U.S., the United States. Egoquim, what the anglicized ear heard was Algonquin. I want to show you the lettering that the Algonquin Bible, because remember, they already spoke a language, right? But here's the script, right? See, English is not only spoken, right, and signed, but English is also written, right? So let me show you that the Algonquin language is written in English, what is commonly called today English. Remember, the people from Ireland, they spoke the Gaelic brogue. People from Scotland spoke the Scottish brogue. People from England spoke Welsh and Dane and Danish tongues. Right? Watch this. Look at the Bible right on the cover. Is this English? The word is Algonquin, Mamuthe. But it's written in English. Huh? If these people are somehow African, first of all, why are you writing in an Algonquin? And then secondly, why is it written in English if they couldn't read it? The lettering of Algonquin is English. Dodge the hijack. You dig what I'm talking about? What did he say? Brother say he's native and that I'm so-called Indian, Nanticoke, Lenape, Lenape, and I don't know any of the language despite yearly powwows in my hometown, and I'm in no hurry to learn. They pray to false gods in that language. I know English. Facts. We've been speaking English here forever. Right? English is our trade language. It was signed. Not only is, like I told you, not only is English spoken, not only is it written, like right here in the Algonquin Bible, but it's signed. This is how the Anishinaabe deals with the Itawa. Right? This is how the Miami deals with the Calusa. Right? This is how the Hochika deals with the Navajo. They didn't speak the exact same language, but their trade language was English. Oh, I'm sorry, Carmen. Sorry, Carmen, I didn't know. You dig what I'm talking about? Facts. Facts. And when you box them in the corner with this stupid ass shit, you are in a religion. Bro, you in a religion. Listen, if I wouldn't have believed you, you would have started the Reconquista. Huh? You want to fight me and kill me because you can't prove that I'm an African. Nor you. You trying to convince us that DNA does a thing DNA says it can't do. DNA and the makers of it say they cannot find a person's nationality, nor their heritage, nor their ethnicity or their culture. How could a DNA test show that your granddaddy went into a synagogue every Saturday and praised Yahweh? How would a blood test show that? These dudes are sensationally stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? You're not 100% nothing. When are you going to get back to being Jaja folk? Good people. Huh? They call it America, the land of the great spirit. Huh? The big soul. When you going to get back into that? When you going to get back to loving on somebody? Give a damn how you trying to tear down every goddamn thing. Huh? It is mixed up. It is mixed up because they applied different people's languages to it when it was being written. Right? We signed it. We spoke it. You see what I'm saying? Let me show y'all real quick. Let me show y'all English. Hold on. Let me blow this up real quick. Let me show y'all English. This is English. What did I just say? I. See what I'm doing? I have come here. All right. I come. I come walking a long way. This is sign language. Everywhere in the world, this means walk. Everywhere in the world, this means water. Everywhere in the world, this means rain. And guess what? It wouldn't matter if a Chinese person was signing it to a Chinese person. It's deciphered in English. And not only did we have it in the southeast area and in the north, but we had it out west too, a sign language. What does this mean? It means I, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Simple stuff. It's not hard, but this is how people who didn't have the same language or just different dialects did business with each other. This is how the Mayans would have did business with the Hurons, because we know they had copper from Michigan all the way in the Yucatan. How I get there, and they speak different languages if they couldn't interact with each other. It's called a trade language, a pidgin language. And over time, just depending on who you dealt with, whether it was Spanish, whether it was French, whether it was German, whether it was Dutch, whether it was Russian, whether it was Arabic, whatever it was, right? Those verbs and ideals were imparted from that language. For instance, they called the great Osceola, right? They called the great water, which is Osceola in the ancient Algonquin, right? They call it the Mississippi, right? Messi means large, right? And Sipi is water, or you dig what I'm talking about? It's water in the Algonquin. So it's Mississippi, hence French. They say it's French. See, they compound in the language, and these languages become today what we're speaking as English. So when they ask you, oh, you don't speak your original tongue, you're stupid. As a matter of fact, we dominate the world. We taught everybody English. Everybody speaks English. As a matter of fact, you can't be the top of the top learned in any field if you are not speaking in English and writing your books in English, no matter where you're from. English is the language of the learned now. Just like 5,000 years ago, it would have been Egyptian. You know what I mean? 6,000 years ago, it would have been Sumer or Phoenician. You dig what I'm talking about? So, the language of the learned is English today. And it's sourced from brown folk. Get over it. Right? It's a pidgin language. Yep. A hodgepodge. An amalgamation. Correct, Angelic. Correct. You know what I mean? Listen, you dig what I'm talking about? See, they think they stuck on this African Aboriginal stuff. They stuck on that. The only reason I've done my genealogy, right? I haven't found any Africans, right? So, and I definitely haven't found a tribe of Africans or anybody enslaved. As a matter of fact, my grandfather built a church for the Indians in Pitt, North Carolina. Why would he do that? You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, straight. Yeah. It's a religion. Out of Africa is a religion. If you trying to push anything on anybody, you dig what I'm talking about? That's not theirs, that they not acquiescing to on their own, right? First, you wrong, right? But you're also stuck in a belief. You ain't no different than Reverend Soft Hue. You know what I mean? Past the poke chop. You might as well be in a church. You know? This is why you got to be careful. This is why you got to be careful about who you're around. Everybody don't have your best interests at heart. They don't even have their best interests at heart. Right? Most people are selfish. Right? Right? And only think about themselves. Hey, I want y'all to tap in tonight, 7:30. Daryl Cosmo, Yahweh, and the demonic gods. It's gonna be heavy. It's gonna be heavy. It's gonna be revelation. Because if you praise a God, you done already messed up. So come back and see what I'm talking about. Come back and watch Daryl bless the crowd, man. This is gonna be dope. You dig what I'm saying? Put your biases, your cognitive dissonance, your prejudgments, right? Put your selfishness, right, in your low vibratory rate to the side and just come learn something you've never heard before, right? I got, this will be what? This is my 139th video. It's got 190 some on the page, right? I've never said nothing nobody else said. I'm on a different level, right? And I'm not going to let people who are of lesser intellects like Shah's son try to pinhole me or pigeonhole me to anything. You're not smart enough. You're not learned enough. You're not old enough. You're not wise enough. You can learn from a child, but you got to be able to perceive on a high level, right? Learn lessons with your mouth closed. This is what these young boys can't do right now. They get emotional. And then once I show that they wrong, like with the Algonquin speaking English, the Indians spoke English, bro. Get over it. So when I show you objectively wrong, then then they try to push the subject to something else. You know what I mean? Bro, I'm a different caliber. Right? You gotta vibrate higher over here. This ain't for everybody. Cosmon is not everybody's flavor. But what you not gonna do is push anything on anybody over here. You see, I let the brother come out and talk because he gave his understanding. He wasn't trying to bash me with his understanding. Huh? Ain't no big U's, little me's over here, especially when I'm the big U. I'm just letting you talk. See, I'm the type, I want you to talk. I know the more you're going to talk, the more you're going to hang yourself. You're going to say stupid things like Americans didn't speak English. Even the brother came out and told you from a whole nother ideology, we taught them. The indoctrination express, man, this is real. The indoctrination is real. You know what I mean? And we gonna bring out one of them gods tonight who was doing much of the indoctrination. And I would put together and foster the idea that this same false god gave us the out of Africa theory. We're gonna show you spiritually why it's wrong. You dig what I'm talking about? I already showed you that Creator made man everywhere, all at the same time, millions, billions of pairs. Anywhere where a nigga could live, he made it, not just in Africa. That's what a Creator do. He don't make two niggas and fall asleep on the sixth day. Oh, I'm so tired. I made one son. I think I gotta rest. I think I need some sleep. The creator of all fell asleep. He was tired. Him needed a rest. It's not the guy I'm looking for. That's somebody different. Right? And if y'all notice, I asked the brother a very poignant question. I said, if the God is doing the same thing as the demons, how do you tell them apart? The brother, this is why the brother will always get a shot over here with Cosmo and Cal, because he was honest. He said, bro, if they're doing the same thing, you can't tell them apart. I said, thank you. So if Yahweh in the Bible is accepting babies, and Baal is accepting sacrifice babies, how do you tell which one is which? Couldn't Baal just be saying he Yahweh then? If you can't tell them apart by deed, by character, by their nature, when it should be totally different. You know what I mean? But without that, man, with that being said, you know what I mean? I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here. I ain't going to keep you too long. We've been cooking for 4 hours just talking about the face of the Aboriginal American. Notice Cosmon didn't use none of his opinion. I showed you what they wrote. That's it. You dig what I'm saying? But we've been rocking for a minute. Hey, thank everybody for coming through. My dog, Jehovih. My dog. That my dog. You dig what I'm talking about? Angelic in this thing. Now what? With the body. That's how I do them. I walk them into them, cuz. See what they don't know is now what? If you're going to come over here and dialogue with us, you got to be real first. You ain't going to be able to push your doctrine. You're going to have to prove your doctrine over here. Right? This is why the real fuck with Cosmon, bro. I don't got no suckers in my shit. None. Only those who really searching. Only those who really want some light, something different than what they constantly being told are over here. You dig what I'm talking about? Count yourself one of the lucky, bro. You made you saving yourself. You ain't never seen nobody in the Aboriginal community or nowhere else give you a breakdown on sinoluminescence and show you objectively how it plays into creation. Nobody is breaking down cymatics. And then we don't hate on nothing. I just did I don't hate on Africa. I ain't never said nothing about Africa. Shout out to all my African people. I just said that the people who got on the boat was white. Only people who call themselves Africans in the world are white. The only people in the world who speak a language called African are white. I'm going to need somebody to show me somebody describing an African getting off the boat in the Caribbean, right, with blue black skin and coarse, short black nigger hair. I'm going to need that about you. But because until then, it makes too much sense that how you trace African DNA is that it makes you look mixed. Hence, because it's white. This is where hillbilly come from. This is where Mountain Johnny and all this stuff come from. Right? From white folks being enslaved in the Caribbean. Not up here. I'm just telling you, it's different. It's a different type of wave. It's a different type of wave. Shout out to the horseman. That's right. Shout out to the horseman, man. Shout out Malachi Maccabee. Shout out Daryl Cosmon. Shout out Selah Shalom, man. Y'all go over there, Honor Humility, STL, sub, like, share. Y'all hit Daryl Cosmon up on Facebook. Y'all can hit me up on Facebook and Cosmon Cow TV. And also go to Selah Shalom and TV and sub, like, share. You can hit him up on Facebook too. You know what I mean? Also go to creatorganggang.com. You know what I mean? Go over there to creatorgang.com, man, and you know, get you one of them fresh ass straight out of Cosmon shirts. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, with that being said, though, right? I just want y'all to breathe in, let that light in, because I'm Cosmon, and I'm out. Hold on, before I go, though. 7:30, man. Be here, be square, man. Daryl Cosmon about to light this thing on fire. Breathe in, let the light in. I'm Cosmon, and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh
just that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Pappabull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the Ark of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang. So as above, it's so below, that up and that down thing. This flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make Emet the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied